And good evening, good day, ladies and gents, wherever you might be in the world. Welcome to Splendid Isolation number 22. I'm going to do what I usually do and play us a bit of a tune to start with. Hang on. Okay. Is that finished? I did read this. Yeah. Okay, how are we going, folks?
All right.
Not too bad.
How's my volume?
Very good, very good.
It's all right.
Okay, we're going to
Just all right?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's perfect. It's like I'm sitting here. I'm almost coming with how good your volume is. Is that what you want to know?
All right.
What a start to the
off,
stream,
alright.
gentlemen.
Indeed.
Disgusting.
Okay, I'm going to do what I
My
usually
face went-
Absolutamente asqueroso.
Yeah, my face when Duke is responsible for degeneracy in the West.
Yeah, absolutely. That's me. Well, I'm sorry. The guy said to me, "How's my volume?" I said, "All right." That apparently wasn't good enough. Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening, Adam. How you going, man?
Hey up, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, man. Okay, I'm going to do what I usually do with these things, and we're going to go around in a clockwise fashion. And anything you want to bring up as a first topic, we'll start with Right Honourable Limbu.
Hello. One thing which I did want to bring attention today is it's old news, but it's the whole Israel-Palestinian incident. Well, the thing which I want to bring up is that the idea that we need to choose a side between Palestine or Israel. I mean, as intellectuals we are, I don't think we need to choose a side here. Honestly, because both of them are condemnable. They've both done heinous acts, especially Israel. But I don't want to be called out as anti-Semitic, so maybe I'll lay that off for a bit. But
I mean, my perspective is that I think isolationism is a perfectly consistent worldview. They don't care about us, so I don't care about them.
exactly.
Done.
I mean,
Yeah,
as
my
both nations-
entire view is that I'm neutral on this issue. I don't regard either of them as particularly our friends, and I don't see it's got much to do with the UK, to be honest with you.
Yeah, both of them are threats to the West, and especially.
Well, I don't think
Israel.
I don't think either of them are particularly threats to the West, but neither of them equally are really our mates. And so my view is, let them get on with it. I don't see why people are protesting in London.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think their influence is a bit too much, especially how the media can coin it. So there is that threat to Israel and Palestine.
Well, that's because, the BBC and what have you are always going to put their spin on this shit, That's the trouble.
That is a trouble, yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'm very, very neutral in that. I'm not a big fan of the Palestine Liberation Organization, and I'm not a big ally of Israel either. I'm just neutral.
Yeah, what the Son of Britain pointed out. I did point this out in Royal Oak servers that Israel did sell weapons to the Falklands, and when the war was going on, when Britain did say to Israel to stop their I think it was some kind of trading agreement. They didn't respect our wants and needs, well, all that. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but equally, you could say Israel helped the old white government in South Africa to get nuclear weapons, and also helped the old white government in South Africa to develop a self-propelled 155mm gun and that kind of stuff. And also, equally, the R4 rifle was basically a copy of the Israeli Galil. So, it's swings and roundabouts, as with all these things.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that, like, these places, say they want independence from us. They say they want nothing to do with us. That's absolutely fine. You can have your own little country, but that means it's no longer our business. We no longer have.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely right. The Palestine mandate was given up in 1948. Israel at the time was busy not only blowing up hotels full of women and kids, it was also busy hanging British NCOs who they'd captured. Disgusting terrorism, in my opinion. And obviously the PLO are equally, disgusting terrorists. So like I say, I'm just neutral on that issue. I've no opinion on it. Really?
Are you talking about the King
Yeah,
David?
The King David Hotel, where there were lots of women and kids, as well as the British military headquarters. And also, something my father pointed out to me, that Israel was actually hanging at least 2 British NCOs who they captured. I think they were 2 sergeants.
Yeah, they also. I mean, the information about the King David Hotel being used as the as the headquarters was
Wasn't
leaked to
totally
them.
correct.
Was leaked to them by a Labour MP.
Well, there's a surprise.
Surprise.
What a surprise! So yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not particularly anti-Israel, but I'm not particularly pro-Israel. I'm just neutral on the issue, and I don't think it's got anything much to do with people in Britain or in the Old Commonwealth, basically, for the most part. Anyone else got anything to say on that stuff?
Fuck both of them. Bring back the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Not to get larpy this early on, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right. We try and be serious when we start. We might get a bit funnier later on, guys. Okay, I'm going to move on to Aussie. I think it's Aussie because you guys changed your avatars all the time. Anything you particularly want to bring up, mate?
Yeah, well, I know there's a bit of an expectation for me to bring up the stuff that happened in Glasgow, but I don't really find that very interesting because I just felt like it's just another day in the UK and another day in deep fried Scotland. But with regards, what interested me this week was the letters by the retired general staff in the United States about President Biden. I found it very interesting that yet another head of state is being called out after Macron had something very similar happen to him a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
it seems like there is a dissatisfaction in the military wings of the West that I didn't know existed. So that was, I mean, that was just quite interesting. I don't think anything will come of it, of course,
no.
but it's the militaries, and especially ones that are renowned to be relatively apolitical, like the United States one, going to such lengths. It's but I do find it interesting now. But yeah.
Well, I've got to say that, I mean, if the British armed forces were a little bit more political, like the British armed forces are totally apolitical, except for the senior officers who are not, who are totally in line with the Global Homo ship. But there are many good officers in the British Army, up to and including some senior officers, who are absolutely dissatisfied with the British government and the way they treat the armed forces and Britain's role in the world. So, but they're never going to say anything about it because it's just not the culture in Britain. It just won't happen. But I'm sure that they would basically agree with the stuff that the French and the American military have recently said.
Yeah. But yeah, there's not really that much to add. I just found it a sort of interesting article in the week that I noticed, sort of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, the Western militaries are all being, to some degree, destroyed to the extent that they're being feminized.
Yeah.
I mean, America. I noticed last week. One thing I did see was that there's a new American advert for the American Army that recently came out, which features a lesbian wedding. For God's sake, because I mean that's going to scare our Chinese enemies for sure. But you know,
I mean, I don't know if those adverts are still going on, but there were like adverts in the past which were like, "Am I allowed to cry in the army?"
So but that was British. This is the Americans who are now putting this shit out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, you can clearly tell that like the people who run recruitment and the people who run the advertisement are just not got the same people. Like I can't exactly imagine a drill sergeant's overly thrilled when he's got a bunch of crybabies going. Who said they said I was allowed to cry here. Joining the army.
Look, it's much more serious than that. Look, there's a reason why you get bullshit as a recruit in the armed forces, and that is because they try and stress you, and they're also trying to instill self-discipline into you, which most young people these days, with all due respect to some of the guys on this stream, do not have very well, and they're trying to stress you out because you know what, when you're sitting in a trench and the enemy are firing machine guns at you and maybe RPG rocket launchers and this kind of shit, it's a bit stressful. So, you know, you kind of have to, someone showering at you shouldn't really faze you too much when you fuck up.
Yeah.
Because trust me, when you're in action, people shout at you all the time. And sometimes they're shouting at you to try and save your life. So, you know, it's just ridiculous. And I think the next big war we get into, this feminization of the armed forces and particularly the infantry type units is going to be a very bad deal, and we're going to get a lot of very dead women. And you know, if feminists want to see women with half their face blown away and you know their guts hanging out, well, good luck to them, I guess.
Yeah,
but that's going to happen for sure.
Yeah. The other thing that was on my mind, which is perhaps of even lesser issue, although it does further indicate the spiritual decline of the West of the West, is the schism that's probably going to happen in the Catholic Church any month now over the Germans basically morally coddling illegitimate marriages. And,
is this? I take it you're talking about the Catholic Germans who are mainly in the south of Germany. Yeah?
Well, there's the Catholic Church in Germany in general. I think one of their, I don't know about the Catholic administration. Limbu could probably tell you a bit more, but there is a lot of senior people who are considering officiating and blessing gay marriages, which is of course controversial to say the least. And the Pope has actively condemned this, even this Pope. And so what we're basically waiting for is for the schism to come into force, and that's not fun. That's not good for, you know, Christianity is already struggling as it is, and having a schism is just not going to help things at all. But that's
even
the other thing.
Even as an agnostic, I know that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Limbu, I know you're a strong RC guy. Have you got anything briefly to say on that one?
I think what Ozzy's trying to say is that in the Catholic Church itself, there's 24 administrations, and the German Catholic Church has their own type of administration. They've got their own vetting, I believe, and so it's very. I don't blame the Catholic Church. There is going to be a schism, in my opinion.
Isn't there some? Again, I say this as an agnostic. So my mother was Roman Catholic, but my father was Church of England, and I'm a cultural Christian, but I consider myself an agnostic these days, pretty much. Is there not a lack of leadership from the current Pope? That's what I see as someone from the outside looking in.
I mean,
like he seems to be quite a left-wing guy.
I mean, like, there's been throughout Catholicism's history an element of economic redistribution. That's not really new to Pope Francis. I mean, he is a Jesuit, and Jesuits are renownedly lefty.
I think he was in a left-wing organization in the 70s in Argentina.
Yeah, I did hear about that. I mean, listen, it's Pope Francis. I mean, people are not going to like him. People are going to espouse him.
Is that distributism you're talking about there, Ozzy, with the Roman Catholic Church?
Sorry?
Well, distributism and substitutism.
Yeah, distributism. Is that what you guys are talking about there with the left-wing part?
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say distributism is left-wing. It doesn't really have any political left or right value to it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's much older than sort of Pope Francis and this sort of modern.
Yeah, it's.
Yes, I realise that. Yeah.
It goes back to the French Revolution and even before, like the integralist movement in France and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of bullshit goes back to the French Revolution, but that's just me as an aside.
I mean,
isn't it based off a papal decree? Isn't it? I thought it was at least, or partially.
I don't know. I mean, so the main person behind distributism is G.K. Chesterton, who lived in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
So
But this
an
idea of
economist,
economic fairness, at least in Christianity, goes back to integralism, and of course, well before that, you had like proto-communism among some
Mhm.
areas of the Protestant Reformation and things like that.
Yeah,
So it's not like the Pope should be condemned for his economic leftism. I don't really see that as an issue.
No,
It's more-
I more condemn him for his social liberalism more than the economic stuff. To be honest with you.
On his social liberalism,
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the issue.
Well, I personally see issues with his ideas on divorce. I personally see as
That's what I'm talking about.
optional
Yeah, it's the
abortion,
social
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
social
there's some
stuff.
problems with him. However, it's his holiness, of course. I mean, he's done lots of good things. Like, for example, he stood his ground on homosexuality. It should be condemned, whether that be a marriage or unions. I mean,
So this is why there's going to be a schism with the Germans because they don't agree with that.
yeah,
Yeah.
they don't agree with. They also hold
okay.
mass with Protestants as well, which is a problem to say at least.
Well, I don't know. Look, the bit of the Church of England I was ever slightly involved in, like when I got married and when my son was baptized and this kind of stuff, was High Church of England, and like the High Church of England is like pretty much Anglo-Catholic.
Mm.
You know, it's got, apart from confession and stuff like that, it's got most of the same stuff. You know.
Yeah.
I've been to Catholic services. I think I know a Catholic can take mass in a Protestant church if they've got permission from their priest. I think, but sometimes I think they just do anyway. But I think I'm not sure about the occasion it happened the other way around. But is it just like Limbu might know? Is it just like no, you're not allowed to have communion if you're a Protestant, like full stop, even if you got permission from the priest?
Yeah, I think it's like that. Yeah, to touch on.
I mean,
John's
I've been to Catholic services like with friends.
I have as well. Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, like for example, one of my actually my late woman's brother's child, because he turned Catholic, although she wasn't. His child got what's it called, confirmation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to things like that. So, you know, I look, generally speaking, I think there are so many divisions in the West that the less we have in Christianity, probably the better. But like I said, I sorry, somebody's echoing there, guys. I'm an agnostic, and my own opinion. I'm looking at this from the outside. People have suggested that we do a stream. Catholics versus pagans, but if we do that stream, it will be Catholics and pagans and how they can cooperate, because that's what I would want to do. So we'll see if that happens. Anyone else got anything else to say on this particular issue, particularly Ataman, Dr. Bowden, and Roanoke?
No, nothing from me.
Could I just really say something on John Manar's point? Yeah, I totally agree on it that Pope Francis, especially with these trad-rad Catholics like Anthony Taylor, whatever his name is, how they really try to push forward that Francis is this liberal, crazy communist. I mean, he's not. I mean, that's the problem.
Well, look, the little limbo that I know about this really comes from following Dave the Distributist, who's a good YouTuber in my opinion, although he's very much he's very much a Moldbug follower. But that's I mean, he's a fairly devout Catholic, and that's the little I know about this stuff, to be honest. He's also a big G.K. Chesterton fan, which probably explains a lot. So there we go. Yeah,
fair enough.
Anyone else got anything to say on this, or I will move on to Royal Oak.
But yeah, I suppose just going on from what Ozzy was saying about the army earlier. I think they have they're meant to try and get 100,000 soldiers. I think they can't even do that at the moment. I think I believe it has an 80% failure rate, doesn't it? trying out for the army. But I know someone who does tryouts for it.
What,
Apparently, it's really not that difficult. But...
Roylo, could you just lower your volume a tiny little
sorry.
bit? Just
Sorry.
a tiny bit.
Better now.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, I'm always a bit louder than most people. I think it's just got a loud voice, but I don't know.
No worries. But when you're talking about the army, are you talking about the British Army?
Yes.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I think that's true. My family knows a guy who does the training. I'm not sure. I don't think he's a drill sergeant. He just like helps people with that application or something weird. But apparently, like, there's loads of people. Apparently, it's not particularly hard, but it's just like a lot of people just aren't in shape and stuff like that. So I think it's got an 80% failure rate, but don't quote me on that.
That's ridiculous. Is that like all? Because obviously you get a bit of a written test to start with, which is a very, very simple written test, which like the average 15-year-old should pass, in all honesty. And then obviously you get certain fitness tests and stuff. Is it both of those combined that you're talking about there?
I think the only one I've heard him speak about is the what do you call it? The fitness test. People failing that, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think the British Army can't even get 100,000 men. So,
well, and the British Army's not allowed that many men by the government. You know, even if they could get 100,000 men, they can't enrol them because the government doesn't give them enough money for that. But I'm going to talk about the British Army a little bit in a bit, so I won't go too much into that just now. Anything else you particularly wanted to bring up to start with, Royal Oak?
Well, I think that there was some stuff people said earlier, but someone's brought up the Amazon snood in the that's probably not how you say it. I've probably said it wrong, and now I look like a moron.
Synod.
Yep, that's how you say it. But yeah, I think that sounds pretty bad. I don't know. I think in Mexico, people say it's like a really Catholic country, but in actuality, they have a lot of pagan stuff like the Day of the Dead. Of course, G.K. Chesterton did say that the thing that people ignore about Christianity is that it was a carry on of, or a continuation of paganism. But
they adopted a lot of stuff from pagans.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Yeah, absolutely right. Everything from church sites to some of the festivals, for sure. And I get that just from knowing about ancient history. Yeah.
Someone said Pope Francis is based. There's a whole thing in Argentina. Like loads of lefties apparently don't like him because apparently he was what was it? He was too supportive of, I think it was the like military dictatorship. Like he had meetings with them or something and didn't like actively oppose them. So the left over there, the left in Argentina don't like him, ironically, and the right do. But over in the rest of the world, it seems to be the other way around. But yeah,
I mean, you got Pope John Paul and Pinochet, and you've got, I think, when they had a fascist like a dictatorship in Brazil, Pope John Paul, well, the second and the first, did visit Brazil a lot. So, I mean, it was against communism and liberation theology, essentially.
Sorry, I'm just replying to someone in chat. Guys, big fun. Asman, you got anything on this stuff before we move on to something else?
No. I'm just happy for someone to save us from this infernal papery.
Well said as an Englishman.
Though.
Well said as an Englishman. I'm only joking. The other guys on the stream, by the way. Okay, so Adam, anything you want to bring up this week to start with before we descend into our usual
tomfoolery,
jokes and all the rest of it? Yeah.
Well, there's quite a lot to talk about, but there's also kind of nothing to talk about at the same time. My week went terribly because my boss said to me on Thursday or Friday that if Tony Blair was still around, he'd sort this mess out.
Jesus Christ.
I think, like, and the thing is as well, like, we kind of think that, well, surely Tony Blair has been completely sort of dismissed by the general public at this point, but apparently not. Yeah, there's been quite a lot of stuff kicking off, actually. Did anyone see that thing about that primary school where they were teaching the kids, sort of leading them around like they were slaves?
Oh my God! In England?
Yeah, in England.
Oh, for God's sake!
There's some primary school up north somewhere,
Jesus Christ.
or north of me anyway. Yeah,
in the base north.
Yeah, the so-called
Supposedly.
base north.
Yeah.
It got some funny reactions from people sort of within our spheres and slightly without. You know, a lot of people came out and spoke about, oh, but you know, what about the Barbary slavery and stuff like that. And some people rightfully pointed out within our circles that you shouldn't care. Like, you know, that was just British victories over other people. Get over it. Blah 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 blah.
Well, you will have noticed that the thumbnail for this week's stream was some Royal Navy sailors in a ship's boat around about 1880, stopping an Arab slaver in the Red Sea or the Gulf. And like, you know, that was Britain just under British Empire just doing good stuff, you know, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, West Africa Squadron was a big deal. Generally, though, lefties are just going to say, I don't care. But one of the kind of things that I do find kind of interesting is that, like, there's weird things that people who've come to the right from the left get hung up on that they can't seem to let go.
Yeah,
like they still actually have a massive outgroup preference, and they will not let it go. And their love of my white race is just a continuation of sort of outgroup concern, but just projected onto a different group.
Yeah, whereas, like, I mean, when I put stuff up like the Royal Navy anti-slavery stuff in the 1880s, it is not for lefties, it's for right-wing guys, so that they know that what the lefties say is bollocks, basically. You know, it's just not true.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm answering stuff in the Discord. Where are we? If Sojo or anyone wants to invite Gabriel on, feel free.
Good.
So, I mean, which will give us rather too many people, but that just means we have to keep ourselves a bit briefer when we're each doing our stuff. But anything else, Adam, apart from that? I mean, that's appalling, by the way. I just, you know, if my kid was going to that school, he wouldn't be going to that school anymore.
No, but I bet lots of parents will lap it all up and look past it. So it's not really, there's no win here for us, I don't think.
Well, it's a bit like, look, we've got to mention this. I mean, obviously, briefly, Ozzy mentioned it. You know, that great big demo in Glasgow, or as Ozzy correctly said, the eastern half of Northern Ireland, where they forced the immigration guys to, like, let these guys out of the van. I don't know, man. I mean, how come we can't get demos like that about the so-called, in inverted commas, Asian, so-called, in inverted commas, grooming gangs? Why can't we get demos like that? It's beyond me why we can't, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't know. You might get one in a few of these old army towns, but you're not going to get any broadly across the rest of England.
But why? What's happened to our people?
The same thing that's been happening for the last 50 or 60 years.
I just, like, I think of my old dad, and my old dad would have gone ape shit if he didn't know about shit like that happening. He would have absolutely destroyed his soul.
Yeah, and there's a lot of old people that I think do get quite burnt out by it, seeing it now. But
you know, these people that all you youngsters call boomers, you know, I'm not directing that at you, of course, Adam, but, you know, I mean, generally speaking, these terrible boomers who wouldn't have stood for that for 10 seconds, you know?
Yeah,
other than the so-called, in inverted commas, elites, of course.
But they still vote for the Tory when they go to the polls, though.
Yeah, well, you know, that's one of my pet issues, so, you know. And something we will talk about in a little while, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, man. To me, it's just disgusting, to be honest. Let's go on to Dr. Bowden. Sojo, anything you
Thank
want
fuck
to bring
for
up?
that. About time. Jesus Christ. Right.
Well, it's not hang on, wait a minute, Sojo. It's not my fault that you're at the bottom of the list. You could have been anywhere.
Right, let's get on to the important stuff like saving England. So, as you know, Duke, you're very big on making sure that young British men have some good role models and get good jobs and are well groomed. And I just wanted to report back from some sacrifices that I've been making for everybody on this stream. So, as you may know, I'm a man in my mid-30s, rapidly approaching middle age, and I suffer from grey hairs, the occasional grey hair in my beard. And so for the first time, I've dyed my beard as a sacrifice for you guys in terms of how to be well-groomed. And I can report back and say that the results are fantastic, and I think everybody should do it. It's knocked off at least 10 years from my appearance, definitely. So, if you want to be the best, if you want to be the best that you can be, you've got to dye that beard.
Beard dye, eh?
Definitely. It's not beard dye. See, this is the conundrum I had because here in Andorra, I couldn't get any just for men. So the only thing that I could get was Garnier Colour Sensation, which is actually female hair dye. It's a number 6. It's Rubio y Oscuro, so it's blonde and dark, and it's given me a very nice sort of dark brown beard, full coverage, and now I've styled it quite nicely, and like I say, I'm very happy with the results. And it was only €4, whereas Just for Men is like 8.
Wow. Yeah. Well, yeah, no surprise there. It's the male tax, isn't it?
So, I would say that it's knocked off a good 15 years. Well, I wouldn't say 15. 10 years from my appearance. I kind of look like a more well-chiseled Rylan. I've got the tan. I've got the sort of dark facial hair now, and I would say for grooming, I would say that dyeing your beard, getting rid of those greys, having a consistent colour throughout that beard is important. So you're just going to look younger, you're going to have higher sexual value in the marketplace, and of course this is what all young men need to know. So there you go.
But to some degree there is truth in that, but I'm looking forward to the Sojo ad, where you lay your tanned body down on the beach with your tired beard, and all these dark-eyed Mediterranean beauties come running towards you. So we'll look forward to that one, Sergio. Alphabet Taxon Z. Yeah, I don't blame you, mate. I would too. I would say that my own goatee is a bit white on the sides these days. Have I ever dyed it? I don't think so. If I did, it would have been when I was with my late woman because she asked me to. But other than that, I don't think I have. To be honest, I started losing my hair in my mid-20s because I had too much testosterone, as British guys used to, and I just shaved it off. And women don't care about that as long as your head shapes okay. Like honestly, guys, if you're thinning on top, just shave the fucking lot off. They don't give a shit. Women. They quite like it, actually. So there you go.
Yeah, go bald gracefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Just shave it off. That's what I do.
I mean, I'll point out I have got a full head of hair, but despite my family's genes for very, very long life, I am going grey very early. But I'm gonna go with it.
Well, yeah, but Adam, I mean, Sojo's just giving you the advice. I mean, you just need to dye, mate.
The thing is, I've got a bit of a baby face, and people, especially women, always comment that I look very young for my age. So I don't really want to make that problem any worse.
Yeah, but that might be those MILFs who really, I don't know. Yeah, look, I generally think that our advice to young men should be the best young man you can be. Hang on, we've got somebody trying to come in here who I can't even damn well see on my screen. How many people are you allowed on one of these streams? Does anyone know?
6 if it's
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
I thought they answered.
Is it? I presume it's Gabriel, I would think.
Oh, I gave him the link, so yeah.
Yeah, I can't invite him. I'm not allowed to because my screen's not big enough. I think I'm only allowed 6 at the moment.
I'll hop off
But
if you want, if Gabriel wants to come on.
No, hang on. I know, for example, Limbo said he can only do a while because he's at school at the moment.
Yeah, he's got roll call at the moment, I think.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but once when Limbo leaves, I'll invite Gabriel if that's okay. So yeah, I look. Our advice to young men is be the best young man you could be. Yeah, do keep yourself fit. Do dress smartly. I'm sure that. Oh, he changed it again. Who the fuck are you supposed to be now? Oh, he's all black now. Go back to Bowden, Sojo, for God's sake.
Quotable Duke lines number 1.
Yeah, go back to Bowden. You're just confusing me. I'm an old bugger. I'm getting confused.
This is what my complexion looks like now. Just imagine Ryland with no hair.
Okay.
Same. That's me. Just like I'm more chiseled though.
Listen, when I used to work on boats in the Whitsundays, sailboats, I was the first man on a 70-foot sailing boat in the Whitsundays, like going out to the Barrier Reef and stuff. I had this really cute Dutch girl. This is for Faust, by the way. This really cute Dutch girl who used to call me her pirate because I used to wear this like bandana tied over my shaved head. She was cute, by the way, very nice. So yeah, I just say be the best man you can be. That's all you can do at the moment.
Going around colonizing the Dutch women, eh? Oh dear.
Well, she was a Dutch woman. Like she'd been used to Dutch guys. I mean, I think Holland resisted the Germans for like, what was it, 5 days in World War II, something like that.
Well, they tried their best. They flattened Rotterdam, didn't they?
Well, they didn't flatten Rotterdam. They bombed Rotterdam a bit and they killed a few hundred people, but they didn't flatten it, like not even to the extent that they flattened London, bombing it for weeks and weeks and weeks during the Blitz. And they certainly didn't flatten it to the extent that they flattened Coventry. Faust in the chat saying 13 days there. Well, good on the Dutch, 13 days, that's better than none, I suppose. But yeah, so you do get these Dutch women that you meet around the world who kind of, they meet an Anglo guy and it kind of turns their head a bit because, we're a bit tougher than most. But there you go.
Righto.
When you say son of Britain, hang on a minute. When you're talking about a bandana, I wore a bandana as kind of a pirate story over my head to stop getting burned because the Whitsundays is a bit subtropical and hot, and that's why she called me a pirate. And I used to take her snorkeling and stuff and show her black-tip reef sharks and white-tip reef sharks and she always wanted to see Nemo, like all these European backpacker girls did, and so we found her a Nemo, a little anemone fish, and all those kind of stories. So yeah, but and I know, and I was getting on in those days. I was 40 odd by then, but anyway. But yeah, a bandana in that sense. I mean, like the RAF guys, as I'm sure Asman will tell us, given his avatar, which he doesn't change every 5 seconds like some people. RAF guys used to wear these silk bandanas because they used to have to keep turning their heads to try and find some German trying to sneak up behind them, and the silk bandana stopped you getting a sore neck, basically.
Yeah, and they dress really well all round. So
yeah, they were also smart chaps because they were chaps, including the sergeant pilots, by the way, of which there were many in the battle. So, yeah, so absolutely right. So, anything else, Alan, that you wanted to talk about that was a bit more serious than dyeing your beard?
Yeah, man. Why are you talking about beards and dyeing your beard?
Sorry, Alan, I beg your pardon. So good. Beg your pardon.
Well, in the facial hair department, actually, I'll have to point out to everyone here that I can't actually remember where it was. Maybe last week or the week before. This Irish woman that I vaguely know told me that she liked my mustache, and she said it made me look like a Victorian policeman.
Oh, excellent, man! That's a nice touch. When I was in the British Army, I only had a touch because, of course, as most people will know, in the British Army and the RAF, you can only have a moustache, whereas in the Royal Navy, you can only have what they call a full set, which is a beard and moustache. You can't have just a moustache in the Royal Navy; it's illegal, and it's all traditional shit. And if there's a risk of chemical weapons, lots of things get changed, etc. But you know, that's seldom.
Yeah, wasn't the no beard rule to do with gas masks?
Not in the British Army, no. I mean, what used to happen in the British Army was that the British Army on campaign grew beards, like in the 19th century. So if you look at soldiers in, say, the Anglo-Zulu War or the Afghan War, the third Afghan War in 78 to 80, 1878 to 80, and even the Anglo-Boer War on occasion, like on active service, British soldiers didn't tend to shave so much, so they grew beards. And then you get all these wonderful photographs of all these Highland soldiers who've come back from the Crimea or the Indian Mutiny, and they'll have great big massive beards. But generally speaking, the regulations in the British Army were you could only have a moustache. And in fact, you weren't even allowed those during the Napoleonic Wars unless you were a hussar. But in the 19th century, the Victorian British Army, you could only really have a moustache in peacetime, although you grew a beard if you were on active service. It was just what happened. I think that even to some degree happened in World War II a little bit. And in the RAF, it's always been you can only have a moustache and not have a beard, whereas in the Royal Navy, I think they give you 2 weeks. My son told me this because my son's got a beard. That you get 2 weeks, and at the end of 2 weeks you get inspected by a senior officer, and he either says yes, you can keep that, it looks all right, or no, go away and come back again when you can grow a beard.
Yeah, I've heard about this rule because it came up when I was trying to apply to get into the Navy, but that's a story for a different time.
Cool. But yeah, so as far as I know, that's the way that works. I know that if you look at oh crikey, what's his name? The ace from the Falklands War, Sharkey Ward, Lieutenant Commander Sharkey Ward, who was a Sea Harrier pilot in the Falklands War, who became an ace because he shot down more than 5 Argentine aircraft. And he had a full set, like a beard and a moustache, and he had to shave it off at the beginning of the Falklands War because they were worried that the Argentinians might use poison gas. And that, as you say, would have caused a problem with his gas mask, with his respirator, I should say. But obviously, they fairly quickly worked out the Argentinians weren't going to do that, and he grew it back again after that. So, yeah, there you go. But that would have been what Faust was talking about, you know, when the Brits are not fighting, unlike the Dutch, you know, are constantly battling to save the West. The Brits, they don't fight anyone, really, according to Faust, anyway. But yeah, there we go. Okay, that's our initial stuff I've done, and unless Dr. Bowden, who has got an even weirder photograph now, God knows who that gay-looking idiot is, but unless Dr. Bowden has anything else more serious he would like to bring up, I think we'll move on to other subjects.
No, I'm done with dispensing my grooming tips for today.
Okay, seriously, I'm going to ask you this subject. Did you seriously dye your beard?
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, fair enough. Honestly, I just associate hair dye with my chicks dyeing their hair blonde and stuff like that. You know? But
that might be true, but you know, some girls look better with dyed hair.
Hey, I've got nothing against girls going. I think all girls should go blonde for a while. You know, I got most of my chicks to go blonde for a bit, just for a change. But you know, it's just a feminine thing. I just don't see blokes doing it much. You know.
How would you know though? How would you know whether somebody had a dyed beard or not, or even dyed hair?
I don't know. I don't look at blokes that closely, to be honest. So yeah, I guess you're probably right. I don't look at blokes much, to be honest. in that sense, if you see what I
Sure.
mean. Yeah, it's a big gay, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, I get slagged off on a Discord because I sometimes condemn what's his name for going out with a bloke wearing cat ears and shopping with him, but that's just me, you know. I mean,
Oh, Nick Fuentes.
yeah,
Yeah, you've got a bit of a problem with Nick Fuentes, haven't you?
well, only because he went out shopping with this bloke wearing cat ears, and like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I'm sorry if I met you, Sojo, and you had a pair of cat ears on, I'm going to say, either take them off or fuck off, mate. You know.
But Duke, what would you meet me if I wore cat ears if it was going to save England?
There's a conundrum. There's a conundrum that I will have to think about. Perhaps, but I'm
Should we
not
change
sure.
the topic because no one else is talking, and this is probably quite gay now.
Homosexuals.
Yeah, you are moving it in that direction, Dr. Bowden. But let's move on to something else. Okay, BBC News today. Oh God, what can I say about the BBC News today? Well, the overseas part is dominated by what's happening in India and what's happening in Israel and Palestine, and then the home news is as many black football players as you can put on the screen at once. Hang on, I've actually still got this up somewhere, so I can look it up and check. What else do we have that is wonderful? There's some woman complaining that her teeth were damaged by years of domestic abuse. There's Alex Scott named as Football Focus host, who is surprisingly enough a black woman, amazingly. There is Boris Johnson saying the new Indian variant may cause disruption to the roadmap, although the BBC are reluctant to call it the Indian variant, of course, for obvious reasons. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just it's clown world, really, isn't it?
You phone into the office and you say, "Sorry, boss, I can't come into work," and he goes, "Why the hell not?" It's like, "Well, I've got some Indian, haven't I?"
Yeah.
It's gonna fly well.
And then the BBC says, why do areas like Bradford, etc., have bigger outbreaks of the Indian variant?
Question for the philosophers.
Oh dear God. It's just clown world. Sorry guys, I'm actually in quite a happy mood. But crikey. It's just crazy. It's beyond idiotic, and I just wonder: do normies actually see this stuff for what it is, like in terms of propaganda and just absolute nonsense?
I mean, I don't see it as nonsense. I think it's I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Like, I think it's legit. I just don't think we should be locking down people and throwing them in their rooms like children because of it. That's
it's the China virus is not dangerous if you're under about 80 or not already sick.
Yeah.
It's no more dangerous than flu if you're not over 80 or vastly overweight or already sick or both.
I mean, my priest put it to me like this. He had to do 3 funerals for people who are under the age of 25 over the course of lockdown, and he's also had to do funerals for 4 people over the age of 80 during the funeral. It's very, very cruel and reductionistic to compare lives, but I think it's reasonable to go out on a limb and say that most people would say the 19-year-old, even if I'm like, even if I'm 85, I would say I've already lived my life. So but I mean, the government has done that because no one pays attention to suicide statistics. They do pay attention to COVID statistics because it's flashy and new.
Yeah, not to interrupt you at all, Ozzy, but like it's the average life expectancy for men in the UK is 78, and for women it's about 83. So you're talking about people, given that most of the COVID deaths have been people over 85, you're talking about people who've already lived longer than most people do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying every death is a tragedy. Yes, sure, of course it is. But like, you know, and I'm speaking as an older guy myself. I'm certainly the oldest guy on this stream. But like, you know, when you get old, you do eventually die. That's what happens.
Yeah. And
So,
yeah, like, so while I would say that, you know, COVID is a threat to people of a certain age.
absolutely. If you're listening,
vulnerable.
Susan,
and it's not like completely fake news or manufactured. Like, the government definitely took the wrong approach. I don't see like the Indian variant as like the attempt of establishment world orders to keep us locked in our cages, but I don't. I think that's just it's almost, for me, that's cartoonish. But what I would say is that it's the wrong approach to say, oh, look, more people who have already lived their lives are going to die. Now everyone else has to put their lives on hold. It's just doesn't sit with me. And I know that might sound a bit cold to some people, but
but it's not. To be fair, it's not just suicides, and obviously suicides have gone up enormously. But it's also all the guys with cancer and heart disease and all the other serious stuff who are not getting treated properly because of the lockdowns.
Yeah, and also divorces and relationship breakdowns, domestic abuse has gone up. You know, it's complete disaster.
Alcoholism has gone up, etc., etc. Yeah, absolutely. All of that stuff is true. And what do we get? We get constant videos of poxy nurses in empty hospital wards doing TikTok videos,
sticking balloons down their trousers.
Yeah. It's just a joke, and then we're all supposed to go out and clap like performing sea lions on our doorsteps.
Well, to be fair, I think everyone gave up. I think everyone gave up on that a while ago. I mean, during the very middle of lockdown, I was in the countryside, so I never had to withstand any of that anyway. Hey,
the thing I would say at this stage, we're at the stage where all people in Britain just need to say, "Look, I'm not wearing a mask. Come and arrest me." And incidentally, one of the things I did notice on the news recently is that all of the prosecutions for people in the UK over lockdown breaking have been dropped by the Crown Prosecution Services. All of them have been dropped because they wouldn't have gone through. So actually, the message to the British people is, don't wear a mask. And if people ask you, just say, look, I'm exempt. And you won't end up going to court because it won't happen. It just won't happen. Son of Britain in the chat, I've just noticed, is that a Staffordshire knot? I think it is. But yeah, what do the rest of the panel here have to say on that one, guys? I know we've talked about it before, but like it's an important thing.
I'm always kind of a bit on the fence about this sort of stuff because, to be honest, lockdown's been good to me. I can't be too angry about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've had lots of time to sort of sit on my patio and read, which is all I ever really want to do anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyone else?
Sorry, was it the question about vaccine? I saw one
no, well, it was more like I just think British people need to just stop wearing the mask and say, fuck you, we're not going to do it.
It's about the Indian variant and possible...
And them using it as an excuse to not open up again so that this continues forever, as I think most of our so-called elites want to happen.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not an enormous fan of trying to be conspiratorial about this kind of stuff. But
well, nor am I. But how much evidence do you need to see from around the world, mate?
Well, I mean, there's evidence of both sides, I think. But I don't know. In terms of like masks, like I understand the point, but I mean, I don't know. Lockdowns, I agree, but I mean, in terms of
What's the point of masks exactly when they
well,
don't stop
yeah, they don't.
viruses?
You're right, but I mean, it's more like the only justification I've heard for them is that it installs like a bit more carefulness. I don't think that's. I don't know. You could argue it's totally socially conditioned. But, I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. So it's just trying to propagandize people. Is all it's trying to do. You know,
Yeah, but
it's a bit like when the Germans made everyone do the German salute.
yeah, hang on a minute. I can't obviously because I don't live in the UK anymore. I'm not entirely up to date with the rules, but so when you're outside in the UK, you don't have to wear a mask.
No.
When it comes to being in the shop, is it at the discretion of the shop or the government?
The government. It's government.
The government has. So if it's a shop like Tesco's, the government said you must wear a mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You just got to break the rules, guys. Sometimes you have to break the rules.
but why?
Because if everybody did it, they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, but I don't really agree with your thesis that when governments take power they never give it back. That I don't think that's true.
Really?
I mean, you can laugh, but that's not true.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not true.
It's not true.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not true
Like,
either. I mean, the Liberal government. What year was it? And they repealed X number of hundred laws. And
Okay.
not our friends.
Hang on, whoa, Adamant. What year did they bring in the licensing laws for British public houses, pubs?
I'm never bothered looking into it.
All right, it was 1916 or 1917, and they stayed there until I'm not sure if it was the 90s or the early 2000s.
Okay, sure, but like other more pressing matters, like for example, during the World Wars, in which the entire economic infrastructure of the country was under government administration, that I mean, both times, sure, like rationing took, I don't know, 6-7 years to go away in Britain.
Yeah,
it did go away.
They were still rationing sweets when my father joined the army in 1951.
Yeah. So it's quicker to pass a bill than it is to get rid of it. But sure, but that doesn't mean it doesn't go. That doesn't mean that those powers weren't given away. They obviously were, and the size of government.
Hang on. You say that. Who controls shipbuilding in the UK today? Is it the government or the private
Name them?
sector? Is it the government or the private sector?
Name the shipbuilders.
Yeah, there's only about 6, but yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. It's an oligopoly now. It's run by
It's run by the government.
It's run by a cabal of internationalists.
It's run by
which is the government, which is
BAE.
The cabal of internationalists that Sojo mentions quite correctly is the British government under Alexander Boris Johnson. Yes, absolutely.
Rootless shipbuilders.
Well, look, the new British main battle tank. Okay, this is not a subject I'm going to talk about now because I am going to talk about it in a bit. The new British Challenger 3 battle tank is being built by a German company.
I thought it was BAE.
No, it's mostly Rheinmetall, but yeah. BAE own a bit of Rheinmetall, and BAE is not British anything, it's just international. BAE sold loads of shit to the Americans, for example.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, like BAE's I mean, it's kind of sad what happened to Britain's old aerospace and manufacturing industry, and but I think actually that says more to the credit of governments giving away power, in that in the 1950s we had a huge explosion of commercial and private aircraft industry. So like that's just, for me, that's just a great example of the fact that governments do give away power.
But do you know what killed that huge explosion of commercial private?
The government rejected a plane project for the Tactical Strike Bomb 2 or something like that. I can't remember.
The TSR-2, but they rejected loads of other stuff too. They basically, first of all, there was the I think it was, I can't remember the name of the guy now, but there was the 1959 Defence Review, which is what the British always call their defence cuts, that basically said all aircraft with pilots in are going to be obsolete within 5 or 6 years. So it's only missiles now. So they cancelled everything except the English Electric Lightning, and later the Harrier for various reasons. But they cancelled everything else, and that basically destroyed the British aircraft industry.
Yes.
And again, that was the government. It wasn't private industry. I'm sorry. I am an absolute capitalist, but I'm not a corporatist, which is what we have these days. And I'm not somebody who's going to talk shit about the British government. I mean, Faust in the chat said that the British government is a cabal of internationalists. Well, today, yes, they are, and they have been since World War II, for the most part. I'm sorry, they just have.
It's damn rootless international shipbuilding clique.
To touch on, well,
little
touch
did
on,
I know until today that the shipbuilders run the world, you guys.
But it's not the shipbuilders run the world. It's that they don't allow British shipbuilders to do what they do. And they shut them down. And like, for example, you cannot really have a shipbuilding industry unless you have a steel industry. You know, because funnily enough, ships need steel.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on the vertical integration and stuff like that. I'm with you. But if the original point was, do governments give back powers? Like, sure, overall the government
very seldom, and very slowly.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly describe two massive world wars in which, you know, over 80% of the economy was centralized. Going back to normal times is seldom.
But we didn't. We never went back to normal times. We didn't go back to normal times after World War One, and we most certainly did not go back to normal times after World War Two ever. Let me remind you what happened after World War II when Attlee socialists took over, and we got the wonderful, holy in inverted commas NHS,
right? But
which is government, and isn't it wonderful? Isn't it great? Shouldn't all Britons be proud of it? You know, we swapped the British Empire for the NHS. My God, we got a good deal from Attlee and the socialists.
Right, but wouldn't that have happened anyway?
No.
When a Labour government got in any point.
Well, yeah. Well, okay, the socialists are left-wing arseholes. But what we have these days is the Conservatives are also left-wing stroke globalist arseholes. That's my whole point.
Sure, but I don't think World War II.
And I mean, we've talked about this on this show before. That one of the reasons for the landslide Attlee Labour victory in World War II, at the end of World War II, was all of the socialist, Marxist, communist British education officers in the armed forces telling all these British soldiers, many of whom were young 18, 19-year-old guys, oh yeah, you've got to vote Labour because we love Uncle Joe and the Communist Party in Russia and all the rest of it. And absolutely true, mate. I mean, when do you think people like that Phil Philby became big-time guys in the British government? It was in World War II when actually they were working for Russia, not for Britain.
Not to derail this too much, but Tishman says, who is the most right-wing Conservative MP in Britain?
Go on then, guys. Go on. I would ask Adaman and Royal Oak to answer that because they'd probably be best.
Andrew Rossendale, probably. He was in the Monday Club.
No,
Yeah,
I would
Adaman?
say personally, Sir the Right Honourable John Hayes, he's a constitutional monarchist. He's a protectionist as well. And he's the current chairman of the Common Sense Group, which I'm making a video on. They do seem quite base, but then they of course got problems like the Monday Club and the Cornerstone when it comes to their economic thinking and their perspective. So That's
I mean,
something.
I know that you brought this up recently, Oak, but what do you think about Peter Whittle? I mean, he's not actually a standing MP, is he? But he's
Peter
still
Whittle.
political
Yeah,
centre.
sorry, I just interrupted the end of your question. Because I got a rush of blood when I heard his name. But yeah, I've been watching a bit more of the New Culture Forum recently. It's actually very, very good stuff.
Yeah.
Some people they get on there are quite sort of like libertarian, but a lot of the guests actually, they have this guy called this guy who's actually half like something else, but his like takes are really, really good actually. Like he has some like
Oh, you're
borderline
talking about
identity.
right.
Heidel Koo, whatever his name is.
Oh, right.
And I watched their St George's Day stream is very good, even though it's only got like 15,000 views or something. But I was kind of you kind of look at that kind of audience. I suppose it's like the boomer version of what we're doing here. Like most of the people watching this are probably like Zoomers. So I don't know.
I'm not sure if that's true, Warwick. I think we get a quite broad range of ages of people watching this show.
Well, yeah, it's mostly. I mean, I don't know if you want me to do an audience recognition. This is probably not like at this point. It's probably just like a right-wing conservative stream, and most of the people watching are probably people that used to be like a lot further right, like in terms of like used to support. Like you can see some people in the chat you recognize from other places, right? So I suppose it's people that have come. I don't want to say more to the center, but like I suppose that's the general.
Well, I wouldn't say to the center because I don't consider myself a centrist. I'm absolutely.
No, I'm not saying you're a centrist.
I'm a rightist. I'm not.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Jake.
They got more realistic. That's what I would say. They got more realistic.
He got more realistic.
All I would say, guys, is look. What I am, I don't say this about any of the other guests on the panel here, but what I am is I'm actually a guy on the right. I'm just not a Nazi larper. That's the only thing.
All right, let's settle this. Let's get some numbers in the chat, guys. 1 if you're a Zoomer, 2 if you're a millennial, 3 if you're that other doomed generation, and 4 if you're a boomer.
What I like about New Culture Forum is that it's pretty much like they said that it's focused on like God, Queen, Country, right? That's what conservatism is at its core. So,
and did you guys see Peter Whittle's most recent video where he suggested that the Conservatives need to actually start being a conservative by? I put it on the Discord, but yeah.
I mean,
him and Curtin are good actually. Him and Curtin in the London Assembly. But Curtin's a bit wacky on the lockdown stuff, I think. But, and vaccines and things. But generally, in terms of his social views and even his economics to an extent, I think he's pretty right. But he's tied himself to the whole COVID conspiracy thing, which we'll see. We'll see how that goes long term. I
think it's going to prove to be entirely correct because it's not a very dangerous disease. If you are not over 80 or already hugely overweight and or very sick, it's not dangerous.
Well, public perception isn't necessarily common sense. Sorry, Duke. But
you don't say.
No, I don't know how it will be perceived in 5-10 years time. Do I? But I mean,
by then, aren't we? In 5 years' time, we're not even going to be allowed to express an opinion anyway. If you ask me, but that's just me.
Yeah, well, probably. To be fair, Faust has put in the chat. I think he defended what was it called? It's not called Countercurrents, is it? The one with the Greg Johnson at it. Is it Countercurrents?
It is. Yeah,
I don't follow this stuff anymore, but like I think he's been a bit more positive with people like Woes and stuff like that. So it's a little bit hypocritical for him to say, "Oh, Peter Whittle is gay. You can't like him." But,
it's news to me that Peter Whittle is gay. Even is he? I don't know.
Well, the thing is, he is. But I think he last week on New Culture Forum. I didn't watch it, but he had a reverend on who got disciplined for.
Yes,
I think he got put on a terrorist watch list for saying he was against gay marriage or something.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
But yeah.
There you go. I learned something today because I didn't know Peter Whittle was gay. So there you go.
He seems quite gay, actually. You can pick it up a bit, but
I've never really looked. Look, I'm not against gay people if it's not the main thing about them. Like I don't mind guys. I don't mind guys like that British historian of the Tudor era. He's a gay guy. Starkey, yeah, I like Starkey because it's not the main thing about him. You know, he doesn't hardly talk about it unless someone asks him. So, and
I mean, I'm
to
pretty sure
me,
it's like being. It's like a common theme, like for which has been among everyone for a while. Is, and I mean, this goes beyond the sort of the 1960s laws, which officially made it legal. No one really cared as long as you weren't out and about on it. I mean, sure, you do get exceptions.
But there were
like
no
Alan
gay
Turing.
pride marches, you know, with
Yeah, like
naked
sure,
men
you
wandering
get your
up the street.
exceptions. You get your exceptions like Alan Turing, which is like, I mean, of course, that's a travesty, and that and all that. But as a general rule, most people just didn't really care, and
As
that's
long as
fine.
you kept it private, yes.
Yeah, it's like
absolutely right.
if it's in the bedroom, I like. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's right on a spiritual level.
Absolutely
I think
correct.
it's something. I think it's something you need to repent for. But like, you don't have to be my religion. You don't have to think how I think. Like, if you're going to do it, just make sure I don't have to see it. Done.
Yep, totally.
I mean,
And don't involve kids in your propaganda.
To be fair, you are cucking if you like if a gay person asks you, do you think homosexuality is a sin? And you say no. Like if you would say to their face, I think homosexuality is a sin, then I think it's fine. But
well, as an agnostic, I'm not going to express an opinion on that. But what I would say is that if you do stuff in private, you don't involve children in it, and you don't want to spread it in schools and on the mass media, then I don't really care what you do. You know, what you do in private is your own damn business if you're not affecting anyone else.
Are we now a libertarian stream?
yep.
No,
Yes.
no, I'm not a libertarian.
I mean, if you're gonna,
I am
still
not a
make it
libertarian.
legal,
I
the
am
culture
not a
around it is
libertarian.
still gonna be an issue. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the problem with homosexuality.
Oh,
The-
yeah.
even though it's on the private
Limbo, you're not wrong, but listen, we have so. Excuse
Oh.
me.
I'm gonna stick by.
The dog is allergic to homophobia.
I'm gonna stick
Yeah.
by the point I made on a previous stream, which is we need a final solution for the gays.
Oh no! Stop it.
I'm not
There we
going to
go.
endorse. I am not going to endorse that.
We could talk about
sorry.
the government's made conversion therapy illegal.
Ah, fuck
Oh
off!
yeah,
I
I
don't
saw
like that.
that. Yeah.
But
Well, yeah, okay. Look, guys. My deal is we have so many fucking problems these days that guys who are gay in private, who don't inflict it on anyone else, and it's not the main thing about them. I don't give a shit, frankly. We've got much bigger problems than that.
yes, but it's still a sin.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
Fine,
yeah,
if you're religious, it probably is. If you're Christian religious, it probably is. But that is not. I'm not Christian religious. I'm a cultural Christian, not Christian
Spiritual-
religious.
there's a burden around it, though. I mean, once everything's private, it's going to eventually build up. I mean, to what
I
extent
don't
are we
think that's
willing?
necessarily true.
How big are we willing to accept homosexuality for too long?
I mean, even if you're a cultural Christian, like in the past, like homosexuality was illegal, and that's how like society continued to exist. If you look at like Western birth rates now,
If I had my way, it would still be illegal, but it would be what's the word they use these days for
Decriminalised.
marijuana? Yeah, it would be decriminalised. The cops wouldn't do anything about it unless you were absolutely overboard about it.
I'd reintroduce Section 28. I wouldn't make it illegal outright.
Yeah,
I think humans have free will. That's my
Decriminalizing it
view.
would be a problem, but then, yeah, it's
Like,
Look, I wouldn't send people to jail for it.
No, I agree.
I wouldn't do the stuff that they did to Turing apparently in the 1950s.
Yeah.
it's not.
But I wouldn't allow it to be a big public thing. That's my only thing about it.
as a nation, we should condemn it, but then we should at least open them to the idea of, well, at least repenting and joining the society as a whole again. I think that's my main view, and especially the Catholic Church's main view. We condemn it heavily through its culture. Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. Were you going to say anything else? Sorry, I'm
No,
very
I was
good at
just gonna
interrupting
say-
people.
All right, I'm going to ask our resident guy who always goes against all things that everyone says on here. Sojo, what do you think about that?
I'm not sure if he's back yet.
I think he's just BRB. But I'll just say,
yeah.
I think lots of things are a sin. Homosexuality is among them. I don't think it's like especially like you know, it's a sin, but like it's not like the worst sin.
I mean,
suppose,
drinking
I'd say.
excessively is a sin, and eating too much at dinner is a sin. So like, it's like you shouldn't be proud. Like, it's like,
Coveting thy neighbour's wife is a sin, but I mean, you know.
yeah. I mean, one of the things Oak brought up was the fact that conversion therapy is now legal, and like, I've done a bit of research into this over 2 years or so, and the evidence that it works is really mixed. It's either here or there, but one of the things that people have misconstrued, particularly on the right, is that it's supposed to turn you straight. It doesn't really turn you straight. It just makes you not gay. And it basically does that in a kind of... If it's voluntary, it's not cruel, I guess, but it is very perverse. They basically shock you whenever you get aroused and stuff like that. And it's a bit... it's crude. It is crude.
I mean, the electric chair, I thought that was old because while I was reading upon most Catholic and Protestant conversion therapies, like more counseling now, more therapy, just saying why you're homosexual, just like, yeah,
Why are you
especially with our modern, I mean, there was this thing going on, it was that more people are more likely to classify as homosexual, lesbian, because they want to be part of a community, because the whole fraternal issue. So I think if we were going to fight homosexuality, we need to do something with our youth. We need to at least create some cry of unity, but not homosexuality.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Limbu, but like, to me, what you're really looking at is you don't want loads of naked or semi-naked men cavorting down the road in gay pride marches. That's obviously something you should not have. You don't want transvestites doing story hours in libraries to little kids, obviously. You don't want 7-year-olds being able to say, oh yeah, actually I'm a girl, and all these supposed adults supposedly believing them and then like giving them hormone therapy. All of that stuff is completely out the window as far as I'm concerned, and is disgusting and child abuse. On the other hand, if someone's actually gay and like they do gay stuff in private, I don't fucking care.
Mishima had kids.
I beg your pardon?
Yukio Mishima had kids.
Oh yeah, the Japanese guy, the Japanese guy, who was definitely gay for sure. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I don't think that's. Didn't Oscar Wilde have a kid?
Yeah, I believe so.
So there you go. Again, if you do it in private, I don't give a fuck, mate. To be honest, I really don't. It's not. I might give a fuck 50 years down the line if we get most of our other culture back, but I sure don't now.
That's not Greco tradition, doing it in private.
I was just going to ask. I was asking that Sojo, Dr. Bowden. What do you think about this issue? About like me, I think like if you do gay stuff in private, I don't much care. It's all the public shit, and particularly the shit that affects little kids, that I really don't like at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, see, I was watching a documentary on Francis Bacon the other day, and he had a boyfriend. He was a poofter, but he had a boyfriend who was in the RAF, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. But really, when you, because I was thinking to myself, you know, is it really possible that you can have like a gay person who's like quote unquote normal? And actually, I can't think of anybody I've ever known in my real life who's been a queer who hasn't exhibited kind of like stereotypically gay behavior. I can't think of a single example of a gay person who is like normal but was just gay. I can't think of one. And I just thought of the same thing when I watched like the Francis Bacon thing. It's here's a guy who was in the RAF, but when you looked at what their relationship was like, I mean, the guy was just a nutcase. And so I think to myself, is it really, you know, what you're saying You know, oh, if they do it behind closed doors, there's no problem. Does that kind of gay person even exist? I mean, I sort of think about Alan Turing. I mean, sort of bless his cotton socks. He did try to be a normal guy, but still hang around and sort of swung with the queers in Cambridge and was protected by what's his name, the economist John Maynard Keynes.
Yep.
So I don't know the answers to the question. In theory, it's like, yeah, if you do it behind closed doors, I don't care. But like in practice, does that kind of gay really exist? Because
all right,
I've never met one.
Yeah, fair enough. I absolutely see your point. Let me give you a couple of examples and get your views on these, Sojo. Talk about the historian I was talking about, David Starkey earlier. And also probably, I suppose we should talk about Douglas Murray. What do you reckon about those guys?
Yeah, but the thing about Starkey is that although he's sort of he says a lot of things that we like, he's still got that sort of queer personality, that kind of bitchy, kind of feminine, sort of catty. He's still got that. I think Douglas Murray is a bit of a different case. I think that's probably the best example that you've given so far of someone.
Oh wow! See, I'd reverse that. I'd say Murray was more bitchy and Starkey less so. But that's me.
Yeah, but I know. I'm just trying to think of a situation where Murray has sort of outdone Starkey's kind of outbursts on stage. I mean, the thing where he basically dressed down that. What's that girl's name? Laurie Penny.
Yeah.
With a glass of wine in hand. It was like, this couldn't be any more gayer if you tried. You know, like fitting a stereotype of gay guy, sort of being really catty. I don't think Douglas Murray's ever done anything like that.
Yeah, but don't you think that Murray is... and you see, this is where I might disagree with you a bit, because I don't think this is because they're gay. I just think this is because of their personalities. I think Murray is much more careful what he says than Starkey.
Well, yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
I think Starkey will say the truth even if it might annoy people, and Murray mostly won't these days.
I will point out that I went and saw Douglas Murray live, and he said that if they discovered the gay gene tomorrow and could get rid of it, it wouldn't fuss him. And I thought that was kind of an unusual thing for him to say. But
but I strongly suspect that Starkey would probably agree with that too, to be honest.
I think, to be honest, at his age, he probably enjoys it, to be honest.
I don't think... You see, my reason that I don't hate Starkey or Murray is because the fact that they're gay is not the most obvious thing about them. And it's not the thing that mostly makes them what they are. That was my original point. Like, they don't identify as first gay and then secondly everything else. So it's not identity politics in that respect. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that's a good point, in the sense that you're right that their sexuality does not appear to be, to my mind anyway, to be their primary identity.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair point.
And like as I said, if we were in this perfect society, and I'm not sure what a perfect society would be, but I know we're not in it. Like if we were, say, in 1890s Britain, I think Starkey and Murray could contribute to that society. Because they wouldn't be talking about whether they were gay or not. And that's fine as far as I'm concerned. And what they did in private, I wouldn't care about, because I don't think they get involved with kids or any nonsense like that. They're not pedophiles, you know. Like, I object to Pakistani grooming gangs more than I do to Murray or Starkey, you know.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Douglas Murray, like, even though he's considered quite liberal, I know that, like, a lot of like I don't know, you could say like more ethno-nationalist like organizations used to give out his book. I think it was like as like the introductory material. So I think it was called Strange Earth of Europe. I think people are surprised when I said I haven't read it, but it's apparently a very, very good book. Talks a lot about sort of things like chain migration and demographic replacement and things like that. And I think like I think he deserves at least Douglas Murray deserves at least like some level of respect for bringing that into public discourse, even if he is a classical liberal. But yeah, carry on.
I'll tell you one thing about Murray, which I don't like. Murray's Strange Death of Europe was an excellent book. I've read it. The one he brought in after that, called The Madness of Crowds, I thought was a fairly cucky globalist book. Didn't like it at all.
Well, he's a liberal, isn't he? But I mean,
well, I didn't think he was when he wrote The Strange Death of Europe, but when he wrote The Madness of Crowds, I thought, well, you're kind of going back on a lot of the other stuff now.
Starkey's based though. He's wrong about Richard III, but
I'm not sure that he is, to be honest with you. Starkey's based on British history, for sure he is, because he understands British history, which only a relative few people do. But yeah, Faust, for example, does not understand British history. Actually, I think he does. I think Faust just does it because he likes to cause a fuss. But I actually kind of like Faust, but he does stuff about British history which he knows will rile up those of us who love Britain. But there we go. That's just my view on Faust. I mean, if I was a Dutchman, I'd probably want to get the big boys worried about stuff too. So, you know. Can people not hear me? I'm getting people in the...
They're just trolling. They're trolling.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's the Royal Oak gang in the chat.
Okay. On the Royal Oak thing, let me ask something. Royal Oak. Now, listen, I had a disagreement with you last week when you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get told off. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Oh lol.
Yeah, you are going to get told off, but you're not really. I just think it was very unfair of you to be very rude to Lombardo, who's a pretty intelligent British Christian guy. That's all I thought. Nothing else.
Okay.
Just that.
Okay, I will say with that whole thing, I think they like pretty much started it. Like I was just posting normal disagreements, and I think they called me several expletives and then banned me from the chat. So I mean, it's not like they didn't do anything.
Did the people on the
especially
England?
hang on? Did the people on the chat call you? Sorry, did the
No,
people on the stream?
On the stream.
They called you that, did they?
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly. They called me like, what was it?
They called you cringe and they called
No,
you
they called me they called me a spurg and a faggot. That's what they called me. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not that. If they did that and they were on the stream, not the chat. I mean, chat is like toxic, you know. Look at
Yeah, to be fair, what happened basically was like I posted that I disagreed with some of the things they said. They basically like laughed at me like on the stream and called me a spurg and a faggot, then banned me. So I just got we just got a few of the boys in, and then they had to end the stream. So I mean, like it's a W at the end of the day.
Yeah, I watched it. You may recall I did a super chat asking Settlers the Man why he banned you.
Which is he blocked me on Twitter as well for no reason and banned me from his Discord. So.
To be honest, it was that Panama Hat guy and that he just.
Yeah, I don't much like Panama Hat, but I'm not against Settlers the Men.
Yeah,
and
the other lads are fine, to be honest.
Yeah, and let me just say this on the stream that I'm going to be doing a Old Commonwealth stream in a few days, which is about the Old Commonwealth. And the Old Commonwealth, for those who don't know, is Great Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in the day, South Africa. And
Kenya.
No, Kenya was never part of the Old Commonwealth. Rhodesia was, but not Kenya. So I'm going to publicly here say that I have invited, and I've done it in private, I've invited Settlers the Men to come on the stream when he can talk to me, and also Royal Oak if he wants to come on, and right on Limbu and other people. So I'm going to publicly say here, because I think this is important, that and Lombardo can absolutely come on as well if he would like to.
Who is Lombardo?
Yeah, he does some Bible streams, I think.
Yeah, he does Bible study streams. He's a British
you mean
Christian guy. Lambda.
Okay, clarify
the Greek thing. Yeah. Well done there, Sojo. Yeah, it's these guys are all invited onto the stream if they would like to come on, and we will talk about stuff. And the one thing I didn't agree with Royal Oak on was, like, Canadians can't talk about British issues. While to me, I think
I don't think I said that. But
well, you did say something about foreigners, I do believe.
Canadians are cringe.
Not all Canadians are cringe.
Yeah, most of them.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, if you know what? If you looked at Britain from the outside, you'd probably say Brits were cringe, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm British.
A lot of them are.
Yeah. Right. But the point is, there's a lot of good Canadians still who are good patriotic guys, and the Queen is still Queen of Canada, as she is Queen of Australia and New Zealand. And I would just say to Settlers the Men, look, mate, come on and we'll talk about this shit. All right? But and you won't get attacked. I mean, not unless you say shit, of course. But then you can attack other people too if you want to.
Well, I mean, I don't like defeatism. That was the whole reason. That was what I was saying in the chat. I was like, what's the point of doing this if you're just going to go?
So was that the NRX thing that you were worried about?
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was just like, it was basically them just saying it's all over. Like, what's the whole point of doing the stream then? Just so people give you money. I mean,
all right. So I've got to be fair.
If these people, okay, no. Sorry, let me finish. If these people were serious about this whole, like, ride the tiger thing, they'd just fucking leave, wouldn't they? I mean, sorry, but...
All right. I've got to be fair here. First of all, the first thing Settlers the Men said on that stream was that he invited 5 Brits, and only 1 or 2 turned up. Yeah.
Sorry, was that after me? I had to mute. So
yeah, that was directed at you. He invited 5 Brits, and only 1 or 2 turned up. And that was the first thing he said on the stream.
Well, if he invited me, I would have gone. He used to follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he didn't invite me, I would have gone too. But he did say that, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely did.
But he's aware of me because I think he's liked tweets I've done and retweeted.
Okay. And at the end of the stream, he actually voted that Britain is not buggered, didn't he?
But that was kind of forced though, because Oak essentially shut down this thing. So he said, "Okay, Britain is based." 2 seconds, and he cancelled the stream.
Then he ended the stream. Yeah, because we were all open. His chat was literally just full of because our people in our Discord.
I watched the stream, boys, and I will just say that what he actually said was, "I have to vote in favour of the mother country as a loyalist." That's what he said. Now,
by the way, Sattler was the only person on the stream who was against having me on. By the way.
Fine, I would have had you on, okay, and I think you're right. But the point, here you are on my stream. The point I'm trying to make is, like, I've invited Settlers the Men onto a stream about the Old Commonwealth, and I hope he comes on. Okay?
Yep.
And like, I'm all in favour of free speech.
Well, he's not. Banned me from his chat. Sorry.
I would have had no. I tell you now, mate. I would have had no problem with you if you weren't rude and using swear words to somebody for no good reason.
I regret that. But to be fair, you
have apologized.
I did apologize, and they started it. They were like abusive for no reason. So I was pissed off. So
all right, fair enough. So
I would apologise if you're watching Lambda Speaks. I apologise for calling you an effing moron. That was too far. But
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I kind of like Lambda actually.
You're a mean man, Oak. Mean man.
Number one.
Well, don't sell defeatism on the internet. It won't happen. So, I mean, that's all I can say.
NRX, boys. NRX. It's who the fucking hell is repeating my sound?
It wasn't just me laughing, was it?
No, it wasn't you, mate. You never do that. There was somebody else.
You're hearing things, Jukes. Old age.
Schizophrenia.
Yeah,
Anyway,
sure.
accepting super chats on a Sunday is in violation of the Lord's Day.
Yep.
No. Except it wasn't a Sunday for him, I don't think. But anyway, I don't think it was a Sunday for him. But okay, given I do occasionally, or still am trying to do Old Commonwealth streams, to try and get people together from Britain, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, let alone South Africa, is really difficult because of the time differences. So you've got to allow a bit of stuff for that. But I was disappointed there were only 2 Brits on that stream. And like I said, I'm not a Panama Hat fan. Never have been. I thought the streams he did on World War One and World War Two propaganda about the Brits were deliberately not accurate. Like he showed loads of propaganda aimed at civilians and women for Britain, and didn't do that for other countries. Whereas Britain put out loads of propaganda in World War One and World War Two, which was equally brave soldier and sailor stuff, which he just chose not to use. So I'm not a big Panama Hat fan, never have been.
Well, again, as I brought up, if these people were serious about riding the tiger, why wouldn't they just leave? Serious question.
Well, more to the point about riding the tiger is what Sojo said about it. It's not a survival book.
No.
Passes as Italian, I think he's now calling himself.
I
sometimes think Sojo takes this too seriously, and that's why he keeps joking around. But that's just me.
Excuse me. What is it that you would like to know about Ride the Tiger?
You've read the book, unlike a lot of people, and I remember I remember you saying to me it's not a survival guide.
Not really. I mean, I suppose if you were going to take anything from it that was actionable, would be that the sort of overriding theme is detach yourself from the real world, don't bother getting married, don't have children. You can form closer ties with people who aren't of the same blood, and you have a connection with by ideas rather than anything else. In terms of your provenance, where you came from, the tradition that you came out of, all of that's been dissolved by the solvent of modernity is basically his message. And then, the final chapter is kind of if you've got the balls for it, top yourself, basically.
Yeah, it kind of almost sounds like globalist, doesn't it, in many respects?
No, not really.
I mean, the way the way you just described it, it's kind of don't breed, get attached to people from other races, and kill yourself. It's almost like what globalists are trying to teach.
Yeah, but again, I actually don't agree with that thesis at all. I actually think that it's sort of from a capitalist point of view, it's actually great to have unhindered cancerous growth. So actually, in that respect, the idea of sort of antinatalism is actually sort of not very good for capitalism in that respect.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it depends if you're talking about actual capitalism, which I support, or you're talking about corporate globo-homoism, which I certainly don't support, which is what we have now.
Yes, but that's what capitalism has morphed into.
Yeah, but it isn't what capitalism is it?
Yes, by the theory, but that's kind of like saying, Stalin's USSR wasn't real communism or socialism. It's like, yeah, fair point.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. But I mean, would you not agree that like modern corporate globalism is probably our main enemy, actually?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not entirely sure, because I think that, you see, I don't know the answer to the question whether this is purely driven by technology or whether it is a synthesis of sort of social technologies of markets and the actual technology and the social systems that are bound up around it. I don't know the answer to that question, but I get the impression that, you see, I look at China and think to myself, okay, so it's not like, it's kind of like a third position state, authoritarian sort of state with sort of capitalist characteristics, but the shit, I can't think of the word. The incentives for the elites there to liberalise their system is very, very great, because that's in their interests. It's almost as if sort of the liberal system that we have right now has morphed into a way in which those that have capital, are able to retain it. So you would expect to see, because it is a dominant social system that has worked in that respect, in terms of capital, that you would begin to see inroads in China, because you have all of these sort of wealthy elites in China who are sort of going missing. So it's very much in their interest to try and spread and work with the West to try and spread sort of liberal democracy in China, because that's in their interests. So it's a question of which of those two forces is going to win, or is it really just simply driven by technology, that the more sort of technically advanced that we get, the more liberal we get, because that is just the way, that's the most efficient system, as it were. I don't know. So that's when you say, this isn't real capitalism. I just think to myself, well, is this the sort of like the end result of capitalism that we would naturally get here?
I don't agree with that, but what? Go on, guys. What are you guys?
I think
Is this about the maintenance of wealth? And that's
No, this is about what Sojo just said. I mean, is corporate globalism the end game? Because I don't think it is, you see. But I mean, you guys.
The end game for who, though?
Well, the end game for capitalism, according to Sojo, from what he just said.
I mean, it depends how you think of capitalism. Like, capitalism is there's different stages. Like, there's different ways of thinking about capitalism. Is capitalism just saying, I have thing, do you want thing? Yes, I exchange thing for thing. Or is it a system of institutional backing behind various monetary and otherwise institutions? I mean, everyone has their own definition. It's as far as I'm aware or am concerned, I don't think that the civilization is going to last anyway. So whether this is someone's...
You mean our civilization is not going to last?
I don't think so.
Well, Western civilization is finished.
It's not that it's finished. I think that's a rather simplistic way of seeing it. It's just that, if this is like our crisis of the 3rd century or whatever, I don't know, but I just see it as sort of like the natural coming down of it's the autumn season. That's the best way I could say it, of Western civilization.
It's finished in its current form. I think that's the thing that we all miss. That it will continue, but we're not going to like what it looks like.
Well, not even that. I think it's just going to be what's going to happen is because of course I'm a biologist and and I like genetics. I think the evidence that we are becoming stupider and we are becoming more mutated in comparison with our past ancestors
Less
means
and
that,
less testosterone in men, for example.
well, we don't know if that's environmentally caused or genetically caused. So
Or a
we don't know,
combination of
we
the
don't know
two,
if
which
that
is
will
more likely.
we don't know if that will stabilize. It's probably
But
a mixture of,
it's been going down for like what, 30, 40 years now?
yes, but again, so has the amount of birth control hormone in the water supply and plastics we consume. We don't really know.
Right.
So
right. But it's a fact, and it's been happening for a long
it is a
time.
fact, but I
Yeah.
don't think that's the main thing. Is that like when people get more stupid over time, which is happening, that's verified now.
Yes,
You don't
absolutely
get
true. So yeah,
you
the
don't get
IQs are going down.
you don't get it's not that like we have some like biblical collapse of epic proportions. It's just that everything will just slowly get worse and lamer
And worse, yeah.
and it's like, you know, it's like an American, like now all of a sudden there's no gas in like half of the country.
Yeah, but that's
just
got nothing to do with that. That's somebody.
No, I think it does.
That's a
because
pipe. That's a pipeline.
yes, but if you
supposedly someone hacking.
Yes, but if
although I have
no,
my
but this is
doubts
just
about
things
that.
like, you know, if less capable people are in charge, you know, it takes longer for them to sort these things out.
Yeah,
and
sure.
And so slowly over time, what I just suspect is going to happen is I don't think we're going to reach this sort of left-wing utopia of, you know, open boards and tra-la-la-la-la day, because that's just it would require us to be much smarter than we really are. Everything's just going to get slowly a bit more simple and boring.
So do you think that like if like Britain and Australia and Canada and New Zealand and the United States were all kind of like grey, brown, drab countries where like more than half the population came from Africa, that would make us smarter, would it? Because I don't think so.
No, I don't entirely know what made you say that.
Well, because you just said you think we would have to be smart to be able to do that.
Well, yes, to maintain advanced democracies, you need smart people.
But what? Okay, well, all right. Let's stop you there. What's
to
your
really cut short? I'm
wait,
just leave now.
All right, see you, mate.
So
yeah, no worries, Limbo. Go well. By Gabriel, there you go. Gabriel, you can come on, mate. Let me, Gabriel. Good evening. But let us just finish this. Just let us finish this point, please. Now I've lost my train of thought because I've just done that stuff. Look, I just think, you know, you said we'd have to be smart to be able to manage that stuff, and I don't care how smart we are. It would make us moronic if we did manage that stuff.
Well, I mean, you could say it makes us moronic in a spiritual sense, or in a
no, in any sort of sense, it would make us moronic.
Like,
because a Britain that was more than 50% African and Asian would be like a worse Britain than the Britain we have today. And the Britain we have today is worse than the one in the 1890s. Surely that's the truth.
I mean, I'm relatively reluctant to say things in the past were better or worse because, you know, everything's relative. And what life was like then, I mean, I'm sure that plenty of people back then would kill to live like today, like we live now.
Oh, what do you mean, locked in your house for 6 months at a time? Hang on, let me finish. Your kids having like transvestites giving them story hour at the local library. Your children going to school and being taught anti-British propaganda, basically, which is what they get taught these days. That was worse than what we have now, you think, rather than having Empire Day and all this kind of stuff.
Well, again, everything is relative. You know that
No, everything isn't relative.
No,
You
no, no.
see,
But
this
you
is
can't.
where.
No, 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 no.
Hang on,
You asked me.
wait.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
No,
I'll let you
this
finish.
is
Come on.
where we make a mistake. Everything is not relative.
No. Certain moral values in relation to Christ are not relative. Yes. Okay, fine.
No, not even that. You see, you're going at this purely from a Christian point of view, but everything, even outside of Christianity, is not relative.
Well, I'm sorry, mate, but morals are relative if God doesn't exist. That's a thing.
Okay,
anyway.
And you know what? I'll even agree with you there. But what I will not agree with is the idea that like one nation being better than another is relative. That's the whole point that all these wanks from the left come out with constantly.
I mean, it's not really important whether it's better from an objective sense, because that doesn't really matter to me.
I said it's not relative.
Well, no, but relativism necessarily implies that it's subjective. That's anyway.
But I'm denying it's relative.
My point was before I kind of keep getting sidetracked and
go on. Sorry, mate. Carry on.
Was that for some people, being locked in a cushy house with entertainment might have been very nice if their alternative was to spend 18 hours a day under a coal mine. Like I'm not in that position to judge.
Nobody spent 18 hours a day.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Maybe it was 12 hours. I don't really care. Like, let's not split hairs here. The point is that people have their preferences, and that's okay.
This is the problem with liberals, and you're a liberal. Except for the Christians.
You're a liberal.
No, I am absolutely not a liberal.
We established this last week.
No. You see, this is what is funny. You are a liberal except in your Christianity, whereas I'm not a liberal at all.
Like, I really don't care what people call me. Like, it's not important.
Right.
What's important is that I know that there are certain things going on in the world right now that make people miserable. Deracination, ethnic stratification, cosmopolitanism. People don't like these things. So whether that makes me and whether I say, well, people are allowed to, in their own countries, they're allowed to do whatever they want. And who am I to tell them that, no, my country does it best and I'm going to shove that down your throat? Like, it's not my place. I don't care. It's not important to me. What's important to me is that, for most people, Britain is getting worse, and that matters to me because those are my countrymen. I don't really like this sort of British chauvinistic sort of like, oh well, we did the best and rule Britannia and blah blah blah. It's not important. Like, sure, being British patriot is fine. I have nothing against it, but like, it's not something that reigns in my brain as something that's like I know for a fact that most people do not want to live in Brazil 2.0. That's what sits in my brain. And so if that makes me a liberal because I don't sort of come at it from a very chauvinistic sort of, oh, well, aren't we great, blah, blah, blah sort of perspective, then so be it, because it's not important to me. And in fact, it's kind of, frankly, I know I'm probably going to get a lot of egg thrown at me for this. It's kind of racist. It's just kind of like...
Now, there's something that no person in Britain today should ever use as a term.
Sure, whatever. It's not, but like, people are allowed to do whatever they want. Like outside this country, sure. Like, sure, you can say, well, in Britain we do this. That's fine. In my own house, my own rules. Absolutely, with you there. But like, this sort of chauvinistic, like, this sort of like, well, this is the way to do things, and you get the idea. I just find it.
I actually don't, mate. I'm struggling to get the idea of what you're talking about at the moment.
Okay, so like, being okay with being British is great. Okay, no, in fact, not.
No,
being
I'm not
being
okay with being British.
No. Being proud.
Best thing in the world. Wouldn't be born in any other nation.
But that's the thing. Okay, and like, that's absolutely fine. You can think that, but it's not
Well, I can know that is actually
No. But again, but it's not wrong for other people to, within their own countries, think something else.
Never said it was.
But better than them.
I didn't say it was, but that's not the point. I don't care what other people think. You know, Faust comes out with all this bullshit about Britain. I quite like Faust, don't get me wrong. He's an intelligent guy, especially when he's not drunk. But he's totally wrong about what he says about Brits.
Well,
I know that.
Would Faust think what he thinks if he was British, though? I don't think he would. I think it's more of like he considers the
I don't think Faust even thinks what he thinks. I think he says it because he kind of likes the Brits in a little bit of his brain, really.
I think he's half serious, like half trolling, but I don't know. He's having a bit of fun.
Exactly. That's what I think.
He pushes people's
He's an
buttons.
Anglophile.
That's what he does. He pushes people, but he likes to push people's buttons.
All right, Ozzy, what's your response to, bruh, this is starting to become an unwashed take. I'm liberal and I'm not a racist, guys.
I don't know who that guy is.
John McNamara.
Like,
he's in my chat sometimes.
Like, I don't know who this unwashed chap is. I don't really like. It's not important to me. You can call me whatever you want. Like, okay, sure. Am I, quote, not racist, or am I racist? Call me what you want. Really don't care. Am I liberal or am I not a liberal? It's not important. People have called me a socialist before. People have called me a fascist before. I really don't care what you call me. It's more about, like, I'm just trying to pursue what's good for the people around me.
Right.
The British people around me. Now, whether that doesn't involve, sucking our own cocks, frankly. That
would be gay, and we've already discussed that.
Well, whatever.
What? Didn't you just say sucking our own? Oh, I'm not. What is going on?
He did just say that. Yes, he did.
And he's like, "Is that gay?" Well, I don't know if it's that.
But I think I think you see that Ozzy went to a good school, and we have all heard those rumours. But there we go.
Oh, come on. Fuck you.
I'm not even going to say a word about you saying, "Oh, come on," but okay. I've got, at this point, I have to, because I'm going to go to the loo, I must ask Gabriel, who has not said a word and who has been patiently waiting to come on for a while, to take up the conversation.
Oh my god, this is big boots to fill. I've been sort of like phasing in and out of this great debate for quite a while now, and we've discussed so many topics. And I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from this last sort of side bend, and I'm a little bit awestruck. I don't 100% know.
What did Ozzy say was racist? Trying to enforce your values on everyone else. Is that what you said is racist?
It's to say to other people that no, Britain is best. Deal with it.
What?
Like,
you think that's racist?
I think that's just
okay. Fine. Yeah, okay. Not maybe not racist. Xenophobic or like
I don't agree.
I don't think we need to use these bullshit sociological terms created by lefties and universities. I think really it's just we're a great people and we're a great country. We're so much better in a lot of ways than other people, and I don't think it's any way we should be ashamed about that. I think that's xenophobic in any way, because
not being ashamed about yourself is one thing.
Right. Yeah, but being proud about it is the heart of patriotism, and the heart of conservatism. At the end of the day, you've got to believe in what you are as a people, a nation, and a culture to want to conserve it.
Yeah,
you've got to believe in that and like it. So, and I think we've been on the back foot for so long. We've got to start being a bit bombastic about things. And if that is being a bit eccentric and being a bit, we are better than everyone else. Our culture is better, and this is why we are the way we are. I don't think there's anything wrong in that. And I think to introduce terms like racism and xenophobia, I don't think it's very helpful.
Sure. I mean, I brought up the term reluctantly. And like, I don't want to, I don't like, I'm really fine with British people feeling proud of themselves. And but I do not think that sort of bulldogism so to speak. British bulldogism.
No,
I don't think that's what this is at all. I think
no.
that's. I don't think that's what this is in any fashion. This British bulldogism. It's right. The thing we do have problems. That's not negating any problems we might have, and we're not glossing over any of those issues. But the thing is, we are, and we still have the propensity to be even better than we are in our fashion. We have been better in the past. Exactly. I still think we're better than most nations, if not all nations in the world, in the way that we are. And I don't think that that's bulldogism, because I think it can be done with a rational head.
We've got the best history.
Yeah.
We've got the best history. We've got the
I
bravest
still think
men.
we've got the best people.
We've got the prettiest women, apart from Susan Atkins, who's a bit ugly. But I don't think Susan's actually.
Now, on the women, I disagree. But
I don't. Oh no, man,
no.
you're kidding me. Some of the most beautiful women in the world are British, or they are our absolute.
Ollie Willoughby.
No, or there are.
Ollie Willoughby.
Or there are close cousins in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa. I'm sorry, that's just not true, mate. Honest.
Or close cousins in spirit, like the Portuguese.
But there are pretty women all over the world. There are pretty women in Japan, as Susan Atkins pointed out earlier. Although, if Susan Atkins is actually a woman, I'd be very surprised. But yeah. But I mean, you know, she said I'm apparently a yellow fever guy. Listen, I think there are lots of extremely attractive women in Japan. I do. They're very pretty. They keep their age well. You know, Japanese women of 45, 50 are often extremely cute still, which is not the case.
Come on.
You obviously haven't looked.
You're leaving us really open here in the chat. I mean,
like I care about all the chats. Guys,
yellow
look,
fever.
guys, you cannot do this stuff in the chat. Chat is just chat. It's just chat, and I try to ignore it. I didn't even ban Faust when he was coming out with bollocks. I try not to.
We can't get too upset at Duke. He outed himself as a weeb last week, so.
How am I a weeb, guys?
Watch anime.
There's some very good anime, really, actually.
What made me a weeb? Go on.
You said something. I think you got the words mixed up, but you were like defending anime.
You were.
No. What I said was what I did was I said there was a difference between anime and hentai.
Tell us more.
I don't want. We know what the difference is, everyone.
Hentai is porn. Anime is just cartoons. Hentai is porn. And I think many people in the West don't understand the difference, to be honest.
Well, you seem
Marvel
to.
is the anime of the West.
I understand it because I've looked at a bit of Japanese stuff. I don't watch many cartoons. I actually watch hardly any cartoons. Do you know the only cartoons I've ever watched in large numbers were when my son was very young. I used to watch Thomas the Tank Engine when Ringo Starr used to do the voiceovers for it, the narration, because that wasn't too boring. And I had almost all of the very old Tom and Jerry cartoons, again, because I could watch those and they weren't too boring. But my big mistake with my son was I got him 101 Dalmatians because that was a movie I loved when I was a kid. The trouble was the 15th time I had to watch it with him, I was a bit bored. And anyone who's had a child or is going to have a child, please take my advice on that stuff.
Yeah. Can I quickly defend myself on the liberal accusation? Like, because please, no, please, because I don't want to let this slide. Like, do I think because liberals generally want to break down old institutions, and I'm very much against that. I'm very much for the old institutions. Aristocracy, great. House of Lords, great. Having a monarch, absolutely fantastic. Old marriage laws, anti-drug, etc. Like, sure. On social policy, I'm pretty conservative. All I am is I'm just willing to accept that other people in other places are allowed to do their own thing. That's all I want. Like, there you go. Liberal confirmed, exactly.
Well, I mean, going back to the previous point, I'm not sure how much people are strawmanning you, but like in terms of like your nation, I think to an extent you have to have like some level of national chauvinism. I think it's a positive thing.
Like I would never live anywhere else in the world than Britain, ever.
I wonder what Sojo thinks about this, being as he has left this country and lives abroad.
Well, so have I, but go on, carry on.
Yeah, but you basically live. Australia is just like sunny, dry Britain.
but I lived in South Africa first,
which is basically just like Britain, but like you're living in London, but savannah.
Oh, it's nothing like London.
I don't know. The violence is about the same.
More guns in South Africa, mate. But yeah, okay. Yeah, go on. So anyway, go on, Sojo. You need to answer that one, mate.
Well, can you just briefly repeat the question?
Go on, mate. Repeat it.
I think the topic of the conversation was about having some level of pride and national chauvinism, and about you said you wouldn't live anywhere else but here, and I was saying Sojo is obviously an expat now, living in a beautiful country. Obviously, how does that make you feel? That sentiment. Is Britain lost?
Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, not just Britain, but essentially all Western countries are basically just being dissolved, and we live in the fumes of them. And most people just don't realise this. I mean, it's already baked into the cake that like the demographic shift is going to happen. But even regardless of that, part of the problem that I have with someone like Duke is that Duke, you'll say, once we become a minority, we're done for, and it's like, well, quite literally, who cares if white people in the UK are a minority if they continue to live and exist in the way that they currently do?
I'm talking about British.
Like
hang on, Sojo.
It's a totally fair point.
It's a very
I know I'm going to dispute that as well.
British people, native
but
British
who cares?
people,
Yeah, but Duke,
who
gives a flying fuck if they're British or not? If they're like liberals and just like aimlessly wandering, which is what the society
I agree,
that we
but
live
I
in
don't
is.
think me too. I agree, but I don't agree that that's what they are.
Of course they are.
No, I think you're wrong, man. I think.
You think that? So you're telling me that like British people, they're just like they're well adjusted and they're living sort of full, fulfilling lives. And the only problem is that there's some brown people in the country, and that's it.
That is not what I'm telling you at all. I think that the basic average British person is more based than almost everyone gives them credit for.
Sure.
But no one.
Why
listens,
would you? I don't even know why you would even say that.
But no one listens to them.
When you give them credit for, like, do you mean that, like, as portrayed by general political consensus, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's fair, but that doesn't stop the fact that this all happened under. I don't want to say the average British person, because I am an average British person, or at least I like to pretend I am, under our watch. So I think it's important to have a bit of self-recognition and accountability, and not say, well, this is like the elite's fault or something else, because...
When did the elites listen to the average British person? Do you remember when Enoch Powell was doing his Rivers of Blood speech and all this stuff? I bet you don't. I bet you're too young.
I know a fair amount about it. I know the Tories.
But you're too young to remember it, aren't you?
it was something like 32 years before I was born. Right, so, I'm not going to remember it.
But I actually do remember it just about as a very young man, and my father supporting Enoch Powell, as the vast majority of average British working class people at the time did. But Enoch Powell was chucked out of the Conservative Party by Ted Heath. And Ted Heath, and let's be honest about this, was a pedophile.
Yes.
He was a pedophile. The only good thing about him was he liked sailboats, but he was a pedophile who took Britain into the then European Economic Union, the EEC, knowing that it would destroy the country. But he chucked out Ted Heath, and the vast majority of the ordinary British people at the time supported Powell.
Yeah.
I mean,
The problem is the vast majority of the British people have always been against mass immigration, but they are ignored by both parties.
Yes. Okay. So, in one sense, you are right.
No, not in one sense. I'm totally right.
Oh,
They're just ignored.
I think you know what? I agree with Duke.
Like, yeah, you are absolutely right in that native British people have been ignored on immigration. I grant you that.
Absolutely
and that
right.
won't, that's not even for debate because, of course.
How about?
However,
wait. Hang on.
Duke, please. Just let him finish because you just steamroll over everybody. I have to say this because it's palpable.
Yeah,
please.
Because this is my stream and I can.
Don't play that card.
I'm sorry. Are we a democracy all of a sudden? Are we all suddenly Democrats?
No.
Well, no.
Yes.
Right.
Common courtesy to let somebody finish their fucking sentence.
I understand, and I will let him go on for 5 minutes after this. Not only have the average British people been ignored on mass immigration, they've been ignored on defending British history and British culture.
To be perfectly honest, they've kind of been ignored throughout the entirety of
and they've also been ignored on like getting rid of Asian so-called, in inverted commas, grooming gangs.
Okay.
All of those things the British public have been ignored on. Now, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Now, please go on for 5 minutes, and I promise I won't say a word.
So the original thing that Sergio was bringing up was the fact that, like, are the British people as they are in an ideal state? Now, get rid of this sort of immigration stuff, which which Brits have almost uniformly been against from the beginning. It's not even worth debating that because it's true. However, there are other things that people have completely changed their minds upon. Things like abortion. This country is now very much in favor of it. Contraception, gay marriage, and generally getting completely tipsied on the back end of a dirty street at Saturday at 3:00 in the morning. That's like now a new normal. That's like a healthy and epic thing to do. And like, regardless, and this is like, at least I think this is what Sergio was bringing up. It's not to look whether the elites imposed immigration or not. It's kind of irrelevant because a lot of what's been imposed has been embraced, and in fact, it's been embraced with open arms. And this is at the crux of what I see. This is the crux of what I see is the main problem with the British populace at the moment. It's that it has no self-respect. And so
I'm sorry, I think that's a load of fucking bollocks. I think talking to the average person, that is an absolute nonsense.
Okay, well, I can bring
No, sorry, that's an absolute crock of fucking shit, and I'm going to call you out on that. I have to work with the general public all the absolute time. And the thing is, yeah, the people who are poor and they're worse off, and you know what? They might not fit into these nice middle-class standards that I know a lot of people here are particularly used to. And they might not be, the shiniest, best people, but you know what? They're fucking great, and they've got good hearts and souls. And you know what? They matter. And it's this sort of derisive fucking middle class politics that they've been suffering under for fucking generations, and they've never been listened to. And the thing is, of course, you're going to then end up with systematic substance abuse problems and alcoholism and all of this, because then they've had their opinions have never really mattered. If you look at the far from British history, genuine working people have never ever really had a fucking voice, and of course that's going to happen. And the thing is, I don't think it's a new thing that we've got people who they don't scrub up to these British liberal ideas of I've read a bit of Evola, or I've read some G.K. Chesterton, and I've read a bit of Roger Scruton, but they're not going to fucking face up to that because this is fucking real life. there are people out there who matter, and you know what? They have had their dignity robbed of them to a massive degree through changing faces of society, and they've ended up in a situation that is not of their own volition. And of course, that's going to lead to a lot of problems, but I don't think that's any different from the slums that we've had in the past during the Victorian era. And despite that, we still forged an empire the world has never seen and will probably never see again. And I think this sort of this idea that it's all lost because people like to drink on a Friday night. The drinking problem is nowhere near as bad as it ever used to be. I think that's a crock of shit.
You've misconstrued me. I did not mean this from a classist point of view, because God knows the upper class do it.
Okay.
I'll accept that. I did not mean this in a sort of. I mean, in many ways, the working class are far more based than the middle and upper classes. So, and I'm happy to admit that. But I don't mean this in a sort of talking down to sense, because it's in many ways it's the people from the middle and upper classes who come up with these childish sentiments that everyone should have abortion at on demand. I mean, this bullshit is university manufactured.
Many people don't agree with abortion on demand.
Many people don't. But the majority do.
I'm sorry. Where does that come from? Where does that come from, other than the BBC and such like?
It's polling. It's just simple polling, mate.
Yeah, which is bollocks, basically.
What you get to say is.
And even so, it's just because people. The thing is, of course, when you've got a generation of people who don't work it, they've been put through basically an education system that has liberalised them to a large degree. And who's the fault of that is obviously the same political class that we've had for since the end of the Second World War. Of course, people are going to believe in horrible things like that, but then to completely abandon people because they don't believe the enlightened things I've done because I've read some books, I just think is a bit silly.
Yeah. I'm not saying you need to read books or something like that. It's not about this sort of intellectualist sort of thing. That's bullshit, and that's continental. The point is not about intellectual snobbery or anything. It's about the fact that a lot of people, and actually it's more common. I'm happy to say it's more common among university students, middle and upper class types, than it is among low and working class people. You just get this sort of. There is sort of this drenched in nihilism sort of thing of my life is slaving away at an office and then going out and getting absolutely wasted, as opposed to something a bit more wholesome, not fucking reading books, but having a wife and kids and going to a pub.
That happens all the time. I know that through a cultural lens that you see in sensationalist media, and I think a lot of it you get online is that you would think that of the average Joe, but I don't think
it's not the average Joe. It's not the average Joe. I don't know why you seem to be thinking that this is my imposition on
But I feel like you're speaking in quite broad generalities about people.
Well, yeah, sure, because things on state and societal levels are inevitably going to be spoken of in broad fashions.
But that's I don't think this broad fashion that you're talking about necessarily exists in the same amount that you're.
There's some overlap, sure, but this is. I mean, of course, I'm of a relatively I'm a comfy background. Okay. And I'm happy to admit that. And my lens, I when I say this, I actually say it from my own lens, which has been exposed to middle and upper class people. I don't really know too much about work. I know a few guys who are working class, normally absolutely bang up gentlemen, and lasses, but I don't know enough about them to make assertions apart from on data. What I'm more talking about is the time when I worked at a pub, and which was, it was in the middle of London, and it was overwashed with middle class entitled snobs and people like that.
So what do you know about working class people then?
I'm not talking about them. When was I talking about them?
Well, you were. You were saying that most working class people were
No,
like,
when did I? No, 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 no.
basically crap.
You will get. You can go back.
I'm
on
sorry,
the
that was the impression I got. Maybe I was wrong, but that was the impression.
No,
I
I was not talking about working class people, and I'm sorry if it came off
Probably
that
me.
way.
Definitely me.
Like, but I didn't. I either A, did not intend that, or B, most certainly did not say that.
Fair enough.
That's.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I feel a bit
Fair enough.
upset. I feel
Pin
a bit
that one on
upset
me,
by
Duke. I'm happy to take that one.
No. So, Joe, you actually don't think that. That's just something that people say about you, and you're too intelligent to think that, actually. But there we go.
But I mean, so my perspective comes from a university student. You know, someone around my age 10, 20 years ago would probably have, not 10, 20, like 100 years ago, probably have a trade. He'd probably be, he'd probably be engaged.
No, hang on, mate. You 100 years ago would have been an officer in the Highland Regiment, or maybe in the Royal Navy.
Sure, whatever. But
that's what you would have been.
I would probably be, like some. Well, let's not talk about me because I'm weird. But like a guy around my age of similar background would have probably been engaged. Maybe he already had his first one along the way. But many people my age, they don't do that. Instead, they're out getting completely busted up, and again, I'm not talking about the working class because I'm not speaking for that experience.
I think we're misunderstanding each other here. What I'm saying to you, mate, Ozzy, is that like 100 years ago, you yourself, in your position, would have been probably a lieutenant in a Highland Regiment, or maybe a lieutenant on a Royal Navy warship, or you might have had a management job in the industry, perhaps.
Sure, my great.
And that's all I'm saying about you. Nothing else, and nothing bad about any of those things.
No. I'm not saying there's anything bad about that. My general point is, and I think maybe this has been a bit awash because people seem to think I'm making classist tones, which is unfortunate. It does seem to come off, but I do apologize about that. My general point was that people today in Britain, at least from my perspective, because of course that needs to be declared all the time now, is that a lot of people are they're living very materialist, depressing lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's not like a condemnation of anyone.
Totally agree.
I'm just
but when I'd say my argument for that was when have most people within society not lived quite, at least the average person not lived, these sorts of similar lives. And it might have been not overly commercialized, but it's not been. There's been at least periods in the history, especially the working class people, have lived lives where.
But Gabriel, there was a time when the elites who were running the country, and I'm not talking about middle class people here so much as the actual, in inverted commas, elites, because I don't think the ones we've got these days are elites at all, really. But there was a time when the elites, go back to, for example, when say up to about 1902, the British government was actual elites. The Lord Salisbury was a descendant of Queen Elizabeth I's main political guy. Okay, and there was a time when the elites were still absolutely pro-British.
I mean,
and the working class and the middle class could live their lives that were not absolutely political, but could be fairly confident that the governments at that stage were still trying to do stuff which was pro-British. And to my mind, that changed after the defeat of the Salisbury government after the Anglo-Boer War.
I mean, so Gabriel, I made the comparison in an earlier stream to this idea that it's not about living material lives, because of course we've all got to eat. Man's got to eat, but you had connection to community. You didn't move it town to town to town to town 100 years ago, even 50 years ago. You married the girl from across the street. you had the same friends all your life. There was a genuine connection to where you were at the present. Some people of a more vernacular type would say the soil, and this connection to community is something that we have lost.
I would agree and disagree. I would say that everything that you've just said, those people exist, and they're people that I know in actually more in large swathes, really, where I am. I might not be the same in the rest of the country. I don't know, but at least where I am is I know lots of people who, you know, they're in a relationship, potentially getting engaged with, future to be married with people that they know from their community. They drink at their community pubs. They have pretty normal trade jobs, or at least they're connected with trade in the area. They support the local football team. They shop in the local areas. It's that sort of thing, I think, does exist in a large degree. Now, the only difference is I would say there is an injection of commercialism, of you know, the commodification of certain aspects of life does come into it. But I think that still exists within the vast majority of people within this nation. I think to dismiss that it's all completely, you know, gone and something to be very black-pilled about, I think is at least from my perspective isn't accurate. I think all of what you've just said, I think, still exists, and I see it all the time.
Okay. So it exists. I would say that the proportion to which that exists is decreasing.
Yeah, it might very well be.
And I'd also would say that's probably more prevalent in older generations, which I have less experience with.
I don't think it's even in old generations. People my own age, they're all the same. Even the ones coming up, they still live in the same area that their parents and grandparents live in. They're in relationship with people that they know through friends and have known for years. They're buying houses together in sort of a local area. They're doing all right for themselves. They go to the pub and they have these sorts of communities. The thing is, obviously, with technology, that is becoming, you know, it's become more decentralized from actual brick and mortar structures, but it still exists, I think, in quite large numbers.
All right, I don't want to interrupt you guys. I don't want to interrupt you guys too much because I'm accused of doing that. I haven't said hardly a word for the last 15 minutes, but I would say, I beg your pardon?
Sorry?
Huh?
You push your luck sometimes, Sojo. But yeah, look, what I would say is that average British people, and I don't care if they're working class or what you might describe as lower middle class these days, which is there's a big admixture between those two these days. They are much more nationalistic and patriotic than the vast majority of the media will ever allow them to say. And where I think that Ozzy is wrong is he's going with this. I don't know. Maybe he moves in middle class circles. Perhaps
he's taking the Sojo black pill on the British people.
No, I see. Sojo doesn't actually. Sojo does that as a joke. You see, this is why I like Sojo. Sojo does that as a joke. And people like me and Ataman, who actually know Sojo, knows that he does that as a joke, which some of the people in the 37 never actually got. But I think real British people are much more patriotic and nationalistic than the mainstream media or some of these idiots in the British upper middle classes that I suspect Ozzy knows will ever allow. Like, if you go and talk to guys in pubs, which I certainly used to, they're totally different to what you would think the BBC would say about British people. If you think the BBC is in any way accurate about British people, you are totally wrong. You are totally wrong, guys. You just are. And I would also say, We got 50 viewers at this point on this stream, which is pretty good. And it's because we're talking the truth.
Well, there's drama, that's why. But
there's no drama. Why is it drama?
There is no drama currently, everyone. What do you mean?
I mean, I feel like I've had my head bitten off recently. So, like,
sorry, I'm in a defending my people mood.
Okay, here we go.
Good lads.
Ozzy, I like you. You're a fairly posh Scottish guy who, like I say, back in the 19th century, would have been an officer in a Highland regiment or on a Royal Navy warship. I have nothing against you at all. I have nothing against anyone on here because all of the people on here are people I like. You don't even get in my Discord unless I like you, right? Doesn't mean I agree with every single bloody thing you say, but I generally think you're good-based young men. Because most of you are much younger than me. And I would just say, and like Sojo makes a joke out of his middle class stuff because some people never got him. Okay? But I actually think Sojo is a pretty patriotic British guy, although he's now going to turn around and say, no, you're talking crap, dude. But there you go. But really, average British people have been ignored by the British government for the last 50, 60, 70 years.
That's true.
And you cannot deny that.
Well, as Randy said in the chat probably 45 minutes ago now, we do live in a democracy, and the public have had ample opportunity.
It's a fair point.
They've had ample opportunity. If I may, they've had ample opportunity to vote for the NF. They've had ample opportunity to vote for the BNP.
Cringe.
Here we go.
No, I'm just going to put that forward as a comment that was in a chat that I thought was worth mentioning.
Okay, let's ignore the fact that the BNP and the NF were Nazi larpers, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's ignore that for a start. And UKIP got us the referendum on leaving the EU, which eventually we kind of sort of did.
Yeah, I mean, when British nationalism is shown to the British people in a palatable way, like Mr. Powell or UKIP, it does seem to be that it's a winning formula. The problem is that, again, it's got to be done in a palatable way. And
you can't be a Nazi laugher, in other words. Yes.
Yeah. And like, I mean, I don't remember if anyone else remembers that, but Nick Griffin went on Question Time in 2009. And of course, Nick Griffin is just a complete idiot. I wouldn't say
he's a complete idiot, but he's
okay. So you're going to go on Question Time, which is a middle class central.
Yeah.
To go against my own side for a second.
Would have been better if you'd got Bowden to do it. I agree with that.
And he said some things like about blood mixing and appropriate. He's just said some really stupid shit, and that got torn apart because frankly, these people do not know how to talk to the British public.
I agree with you.
The thing is
I agree, Ozzy. You're right. Have you watched much of the Bowden stuff?
I don't really watch a lot of YouTube. I find it kind of exhausting.
Can I ask you to do something, please? Go to Sojo's channel. Sojo, the middle class guy that everyone slags off. Go and look at Sojo's channel. It's full of Bowden stuff. And Bowden was brilliant. And when you watch Bowden, you'll kind of get some common sense.
Yeah. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think Powell was on the money. I think he was.
Yes,
and
he
I
was.
think he was.
Yes, he was.
He was a very articulate, well-presenting, classic old British statesman, which doesn't
Yep.
exist anymore.
Absolutely right. Totally agree.
And I hate the new Tories as much as the next guy.
Yep.
And I think that
Totally
they're
agree again.
bunch of softies.
All right, I've got to do something here, guys, because he hasn't said anything for a while, and he's actually one of our better guys. Adam, what do you think about this, mate?
Still been
I
Ataman.
actually thought my text.
Adam is absolutely one of the best guys on the stream.
Oh well.
Sorry, Adam, carry on, mate.
Can we even delineate class anymore? I mean, we've talked a lot about it in the last.
It's a very good point.
30 minutes.
Very good point, mate. Very good point.
I mean, the other thing though, to go to like the points that people have been making is that I'm kind of caught in the middle here. I completely understand why the average person just doesn't have the energy for politics or the power play. So I think bringing up the whole, well, we've had democracy and they could have voted their way out of it is a bit shitty. Like, how would you put this?
Who do you vote
You've not
for?
really had a true choice. I mean, how can you blame
No.
somebody?
Adam, who do you vote for if you want to stop mass immigration?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but I mean, they could have voted for the BNP. They could have,
Yeah, but that's a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, I mean,
story.
they could have just bit the bullet and gone for it anyway. But the point is that that's not really a choice you should be giving people, because democracy is gay, and we should just have a good king, and that should be it. And
I believe in household democracy. I don't believe in one man, one vote, and I certainly don't believe in women voting. But household democracy, I could go for household democracy.
It's kind of just the same problem, though, isn't it? But the thing is that this sort of stuff essentially rolls downhill. So I mean, we can sit down and blame the average Englishman for this, that, and the other. But I mean, I don't want to sound like one of these highbrow retards, but what was it C.S. Lewis used to say? Like, spiritual nature needs its sustenance, and if it doesn't gobble food, it will gobble poison, something like that.
Yeah,
we have to do something. What gets on my tits is people turning around and saying, "Oh no, the British people are all fucked," as Ozzy was saying earlier, and not.
I wasn't saying they were all fucked.
I said
okay, I beg your pardon.
That was me.
That was Sojo. Sojo was saying the
I'm
folks
paraphrasing.
that were ruled by evil goblin people.
Well, they are ruled by evil goblin people.
But that is true.
But they are.
I would say that the British.
But what I was trying to say is, the average British person is actually fairly based. They just never listen to. They just never ever listen to. Never, and haven't been since at least 1945.
Yeah, I mean, so what I was trying to say was not that they're not worth saving, or not that British people's opinions are bad. That's like the last thing I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that people are in just in general a lot of social distress, and that's part of what I want to see change. I want people to start living. Maybe this does now have classist overtones, and sure, I'll stand by it this time. But I would like to see people's lives genuinely change away from slogs at the office and chasing chasing the next Netflix special. I would like to see something. And Gabriel says that it does exist in ways that I am unaware of, and hopefully it does. Hopefully it really does, because that would be such good news for me. That but from my experience, a lot of people what's going on is less about how's your family as a conversation starter, but more sort of, have you seen the next episode of this on Netflix? And that's to use a sort of a paraphrase. And that, for me, that's not about saying that people's opinions are bad. It's about saying that people are having in spiritual distress.
Yeah, don't disagree with any of that. I mean, what I'd say to you, Ozzy, is if you were like on your hill to die on, and you had to have some people to surround you, like, and you were either going to live or die on this one battle, who would you have? I mean, I strongly suspect that someone like you would have like Highlanders and people like that. Would you not?
Yeah, I like. I don't really. I haven't. I didn't. To go personal for a bit, I didn't really like school. I don't really like the people around me because they were all. It's a very being of that class it's a very self-absorbed and very exhausting experience.
Sure.
And that's why, at least I try and develop a sympathy for normal working people. I mean, I'm probably not very good at it, but I try.
But would you? I mean, I know you told me that you had ancestors in the 42nd Highlanders, yeah.
Yeah.
So you would, I presume, know about a regiment such as the Highland Light Infantry.
Yeah.
Who were, David Niven served in those guys in between the wars, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're basically a very, very tough Glasgow regiment. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like if you were surrounded by those guys, like the only way you're going to lose is if every single one of them is killed.
Yeah.
Because they're just so fucking tough, you know. Like you might not agree with all their political opinions, but they're just so fucking hard.
Well, who cares? Who cares about someone's bloody political opinions? Like
when you're being shelled and machine gun, absolutely.
Well, it's like not even that. It's not even that. Like if I had to go, like if political opinions mattered to me, then I couldn't ever go to the pub for a pint. Like that. That's such a miserable way to live.
Exactly right. But you see, this is my point: is that the Highland Light Infantry, as a Scottish point of view, but you could say it about the Middlesex Regiment, which was my family regiment. You could say it about the South Wales Borderers, or you could say it about various regiments in Northern Ireland, etc. All of those guys are your basic Brits, and they're sound as fuck, mate, and they always have been. They really are. They're sound as fuck. I'm being a bit crude, but you know what I mean. Understand?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
They're sound as buggery, and like they know they're better than everybody else because they're British. They just are. They're just better. They are. I mean, one guy might say he's better because he's Scottish, and another guy will say he's better because he's Welsh. Another guy will say he's better because he's English, and another guy will say he's better because he's Northern Irish. But they're all better because they're all British.
I just got a message from my informant, Deep Throat. He said it's not about bullets and shells at the moment; it's about a flood.
I mean, yes, the hardship we're going through at the moment is not a matter of physical war; it's a matter of spiritual. And again, like that, this sounds very intellectually wankery, but like it's a spiritual war. It's a war for people's. It's the war for the soul of Britain, in a very wanky way, and.
I think we're going to get into a war sooner rather than later, but yeah, I agree with you. Actually, the war might do us a favour, but there we go.
Yeah, well, who knows? And my perspective, my perspective then is that it's less about your sort of like, well, do I believe that like. Should the tax rate be 45% or 50% or something like that? Like,
who gives a shit?
Like, that's just
who gives a shit?
Like, this is why, like, I mean, economics is my profession, but I really don't care about it. It's just not important to me. At the end of the day, what's what matters is that like, do you care about who you are in relation to everyone else?
Yeah.
Like,
And your
do you see
history.
do you see the person on the other side of the street as someone you are willing to go to war, whether that be physical or spiritual or whatever? It's not important.
It depends if they're like native British or not. To be honest, to me it does.
I don't think. For me, it doesn't. But maybe that's because I'm a Christian. Maybe that's because I'm Christian.
I totally disagree with you on that one, mate.
Yeah.
Listen, I agree with you mostly, but I don't agree with you on that.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Britain should stay British, and I'm going to say.
Yeah, but Britain can only stay British if native British remain the vast majority of the population.
That's my meaning behind it. But that doesn't mean that, like, you know, a fellow brother in Christ, I'm just gonna say, nah, mate, you're you're born in the wrong place, innit, G? Like, that's not how.
You see, I'm more likely to say a guy who's a Gurkha, for example, who are basically Hindus, but they're kind of like Protestant Hindus in some respects, I suppose.
I thought they were Sikh. Was I wrong on that?
No, Sikhs are different.
Yeah.
But I would kind of like say to a guy who was a Gurkha, yeah, all right, mate, you're one of me, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
But I don't extend that much beyond that, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, it's fair enough to say I put my own first. It's just about
first, last, and always is what I do.
Well,
see, I don't have this middle class thing that you have about other people. Don't care about them, mate. I just don't care about them at all.
But it's already baked into the cake that the demographics are basically set.
No.
You can't. There are some things
we can change. We can change it. This is where I agree with the Christians. We have to have more babies. All right?
That's very true.
Oh yeah, great! A breeding war on an island that's already got 70 million people on it. What a fucking great idea that is!
It's a fucking fantastic idea, Sojo.
Let's go.
I love it. Let's go. Let's go.
More
lads.
sex. More sex.
Sojo, I totally agree with you, and you're a very intelligent bloke, and that's why I like you. But I totally agree with you. But a breeding war is nonsense. Of course it is. But on the other hand,
what else are you talking about then? I mean, come on.
Christ. We need to stop mass immigration of all races, colours, and creeds. Don't care what they are. All need to stop. And then native British people need to get their birth rates up. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, okay, but 1/3 of all children being born right now
I know
non-white
are Muslim. Yeah, I know.
No, not just Muslim.
Well, they're mostly Muslim. They're mostly Muslim. Sorry, some of them are West Indian. And African.
Yeah, I mean, but whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
the point is that they outbreed whites.
Of course they do. Yeah.
That may change.
To do it
Okay, if you really wanted to push me, Sojo, I'd turn around and say, like, most of them have got to go.
Yeah, but again, I mean, like, this is a conversation that we could go round and round on. But I think,
actually,
you think it's possible. I don't think it's possible.
If you're really going to push me, most of those guys have got to go back to where they came from.
Yeah, well,
I'm not a multiculturalist. I'm not at all. Not at all.
Sure.
If you're dead, kick him out.
No, I do. I speak like that? I hope not.
No. It's just, you don't speak British. Why don't you just get out, innit?
That sounded very West Indian to me. Is that the way British people speak these days?
It's the Estuary accent, isn't it?
It didn't sound. No, that sounded more West Indian than British. I've heard this. I've heard
apparently,
who have a British West Indian accent, which like makes me really sad, to be honest.
Well, I mean,
Have
there's
that.
yeah. Well, maybe I naturally do that because it's known if you can say beer can with a received pronunciation, you can actually say bacon in a Jamaican accent. So
Beer can and bacon.
beer can.
You lose me, guys. You young chaps lose me. Do you know what? You young chaps lose me, but that's because like we're so farther gone than we were in my day. I mean, like I lived in a day when the Royal Navy could send 70 frigates and destroyers down to the Falkland Islands and like win. And these days we live in this nation where people cannot even say they are actually pro-native British. It scares me, guys. It does. It scares me.
Not entirely sure what that has to do with beer can being related to bacon, but maybe I'm being cynical there.
Yeah, maybe you are, or maybe you're not looking at like being really pro-British. You know, like one of the things I want this stream to do is we have to make people more pro-British.
Well, like, what do you mean by pro-British, though?
Dude.
Like,
well, anti anybody else, basically.
That's. I don't think that doesn't make sense to me. Like,
I don't agree. I actually don't agree with that, Duke. I'm not going to be anti. Well, I suppose the devil's in the detail, but I'm not necessarily against other people.
Yeah,
Adam,
exactly.
Adam, what do you think about being pro-British?
Yeah.
Ataman, are you pro-British?
Well, let's ask our local
always
expert.
go to Adam for a common sense take.
Well, I mean, is Sojo cucking here? Are you going to tell me you're not
yeah,
anti-French?
Sojo is cucking. Yes, he is.
I'm.
Sojo's always cooking. You have to watch out for him. He slides in.
I am incredibly indifferent to most other peoples and nations. It's just like I don't harbour really any kind of emotion whatsoever. It's just this cold
who
kind
cares
of.
about a
who
Spanish
cares?
and the
But
French,
that's not.
the Spanish, the Dutch. They're all nothing nations, really.
It's not that they're nothing nations. It's just
Well,
that
they
don't.
are. They never did very much.
Well, I mean,
Except
to go
fail
to
to
the
the
very,
British.
very start of this conversation, we were talking about Palestine and Israel, and I put forward the thing, which is like, it's not that I'm pro one or the other; it's that I just don't care.
Oh yeah. End of the day, they forgave any right of us being interested when both sides committed terrorist attacks against the British Mandate of Palestine and the troops.
Hang British sergeants. I'm never going to be your friend, mate. Never, ever, ever.
Yeah, it's so like I mean, if people are bad to us at the time, like the Krauts have consistently been bad to us. Don't like Krauts. Not an immense fan.
Frogs.
Not an immense fan of frogs. Sure, that's absolutely like, but like on a day-to-day basis, like, do I think that? Am I like going to think less of someone because they're French? Yeah,
yes, of course.
Yeah, you see, maybe that's just me being a stupid silver
Yes, you're
prick.
being absolutely a middle-class idiot when you do that.
Okay.
Well,
You're just being
I
a
wouldn't
middle-class
personally.
idiot. The
But you're saying people
the French would eat their grandmother if they could only find a sauce that would go with the poor old cow. I mean, the French eat horses, for God's sake. I mean, the only thing
it's delicious. It's delicious.
You know what?
The only thing worse than eating horses is eating dogs.
No, yeah, I agree with you there. I agree with you that eating dogs is unacceptable.
Eating horses is unacceptable as well, because how would the British cavalry have got on without their horses?
I'm pretty sure they kill old ones. I'm pretty sure they
No, they did not. No, they did not. Many British cavalry horses were kept as mascots years
No. I'm
after
talking
they
about
could be
French. I'm
driven.
talking about the French. I'm pretty sure the old tradition in the south of France is that when a horse is too old to be worth its pay. Now, don't get me wrong. I love horses. Okay, horses
Oh,
are
here
great.
we go. You're going to
But-
tell me how vile the French are again, aren't you?
Yeah, the French are smelly people.
Yeah, they're vile. They eat horses. They would eat their grandmother if they could get sauce to go.
But that doesn't mean that when a French person comes up to me and says "Bonjour, monsieur."
Yeah, but you know they are an inferior person.
No. Like you've lost me there. You've lost me there.
I mean, they are. I mean, just
No, they just
how they
are,
are,
mate.
and now they
They're
act.
just-
You
they're just
lose me
inferior.
at you
You
lose
look
me
at them
at
and
that
you're a bit
term.
like, come on.
I mean,
Get
I'll
over
be
yourself.
polite. I'll be polite to a French person. I really will. But they are absolutely inferior to the Brits because they eat horses.
What?
For God's sake.
Unless this civil war kicks off, in which case I'll become le based francophile.
No, you won't.
No.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
I mean, I think anyone with any red blood
Make Calais British again. That's why.
anyone with red blood in their veins when the French decided to go up on the Channel Islands, I think everyone with red blood was like, yeah, bust him up.
Oh, yeah.
Royal Navy.
Oh, yeah, that's
Was there a snap poll that
seconds and
60% of
super
people supported war?
Yeah. I absolutely understand that, but it's less about
Henry V, guys. Henry V.
yeah, sure, Mary Rose and the establishment of the Royal Navy, and yeah, let's go.
Mary Rose and all that stuff was much later. Henry V is what we're talking about here.
Oh, Henry V, yes, yeah.
The real King of France.
Sure, but it's about just. I can't think I'm necessarily better than someone else.
An English army.
Ozzy, believe in yourself.
An English
You are
army.
better than every Frenchman.
An English army of 6,000 men. 1,500 or so of them. English knights and men-at-arms. The best armoured knights and men-at-arms in all of Europe. And the rest of them, English longbow warbowmen, many of them far better armoured than Shakespeare, etc., shows us, who could defeat a French army of 20 to 25,000 men.
Yeah, well, they were idiots. They rode cavalry in
utterly.
mud. Yeah, well, they rode cavalry in mud. Idiots.
No, they did not. No, they did not. The French were not that stupid. They attacked on foot. And the British army, they attacked on foot. They launched 2 flanking cavalry attacks, both of which were utterly defeated. Then they attacked on foot, and the English army destroyed them. Because the English army was a professional English army, where even to become an English archer, you not only had to have your war bow and to prove you could shoot it, you had to have a sword, you had to have a buckler, which was a small shield, you had to have a helmet, and you were a professional soldier. I'm sorry, but people just do not realize what an enormous fucking victory Agincourt was for the English army. And later on, you got that fucking hussy, Joan of Arc, the stuff her. And she was killed not by the English, and she was killed by the Burgundians. And she was killed by the Burgundians, not the English, by the way.
Well, she was a witch, innit? Simple as.
Oh, I'm sure. She was. She was a moron anyway. But she was killed by the Burgundians, not by the English. The English didn't kill women. The Burgundians did, but they were kind of Frenchmen, you know. Sorry, I'm British is best always.
Yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that. Like, getting back to your original point, doesn't mean that I despise or detest other people.
When did I say
what do you think about the British people then, Sojo?
I don't despise or detest anyone, but
What was the original? What was the original phrasing? Because you sort of
Because
went on
the
so
English-
long there that I kind
the
of forgot
English-
what the
the
fuck we were
English-
talking about.
Okay.
No,
the,
no, I
the-
asked what
the
being
English and
pro-British
the
means.
English and the British people are easily the best people in the whole wide world.
I mean,
But
the
what does that
original
mean,
question. What the original question I asked was, "What does it mean to be pro-British?" And Duke said it means to hate everyone else.
That's right.
No,
Yes,
I
that's
did
right.
not say that.
Yeah, no,
I
Duke,
did.
I'm afraid you did say that. You absolutely did say that. Yes, you
No,
fucking
I did not.
You did to be.
No, I
You said
didn't.
to basically be against everybody else. You said the purpose of this stream
I never
was to
said
make everybody
hate.
pro-British
Never
and then to
said
make
hate.
them anti everyone else.
Did I say hey?
No, you didn't say hate. You said anti.
Thank you. Thank you.
Base though. I like that. I'm
you.
up for that. That's
I mean,
funny.
What?
I'm up for that. I don't like
All right,
anyone else.
let me make myself clear. Everyone else is inferior to the British. I don't hate them. They're just inferior.
Okay, I mean, I can accept this. That I mean, that's a broad brush strokes, and I think we can. Yeah, I can accept that. Yes.
Yeah, I don't hate them. I don't hate many people at all.
But you said anti, which means to be
feminists
sort of
and communists.
in opposition to somebody, whereas you don't necessarily have to be in opposition. You can just be, fellow travellers on life's journey.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely right. And I don't hate anyone. I just think everyone except for the British is inferior. And obviously, when I say that, I don't include Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, and to some degree South Africa, because they're our very close cousins, and they are absolutely superior to most other people too.
Okay. Let's. How about this? Everyone on here now has to name one other culture outside of the British Isles that they have a soft spot for.
Zulus. I'll say Zulus. The Zulu
Greeks.
people in South Africa.
Ooh, ancient Greeks, I assume.
No, the Middle Greeks,
Ah.
Middle Ages Greeks.
I'm
But
going to go with the Norwegians.
That's a good choice. It's a good choice.
I'd say pre-Third Reich Germans.
I'm glad you clarified that.
I'm actually a bit of a mini Germanophile. I do kind of like a bit of the old romanticism, and I've actually been to Germany probably about 8 times, and the last time I went was in about 2016, and I went through this town and it was just all Muslims everywhere, and then I went to I stopped just in a truck stop on the way home, and there was just literally an army, like probably a couple of hundred people just going from truck to truck, just filling them up, trying to find ways of moving on. And I just thought, I can't keep coming back here. This is heartbreaking. What about you, Sojo?
To be honest, nothing comes to mind really.
Oh,
That's mad. That is mad.
So, I mean, straight up. Although I effectively live in basically Spain, it's like, do I have a soft spot for them? Not really.
Portugal is good because they're.
But I don't know any Portuguese. I'm trying to
they're
make it
Britain's
personal.
They're Britain's oldest ally.
Yeah, but that's a very
So
superficial.
what I'm hearing here is lads' holiday to Portugal to drink some port.
Lads
Hey,
on tour.
what-
Lads on
what-
tour. Lads on
what-
tour.
Can you imagine? Hello, this is Splendid Isolation, episode 50. We're all here live in Portugal.
So Joe, I reckon you should try and find yourself a dark-eyed Mediterranean beauty from Portugal. Might be cool.
I'd prefer from Spain really.
Why?
I don't want to have to travel to Portugal, to be honest.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Portuguese were never really taken over by the Arabs, whereas Spain was.
I thought. Oh, I don't know.
lots of very,
I don't know about the genetics of these countries, and actually,
No,
the racial thing, I actually
Portugal-
don't give a shit about really.
Portugal fought back so hard that the Arabs kind of went north rather than west.
Yeah, Portugal are mad lads. God, I love a bit of Portugal.
It's why they're the oldest allies of Britain. It's because Portugal were always mad boys. Never gave in. By the way, John Kelly in the chat, you say Falklands. Falklands, that's British culture. So there you go. Falklands is British culture. And like I said, like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, also, they're basically Anglo-Celtic culture.
It's just extensions of England and the rest of the UK, really. I mean, let's be honest.
Absolutely. And you could also, to some degree, say that about Ireland as well.
I certainly think that like if you like have a drink with an Irish bloke, you're certainly going to get along with him more than you would do with than someone else from
I've never
a
really met an
non-English
Irish
speaker,
person.
shall we say?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I actually ended up, like I told you guys, I used to work on sailboats in the Whitsundays going out to the Great Barrier Reef. Hang on, my doggy is deciding to have his bit. Stop. Sorry, beg your pardon. Rudy, I would sooner get rid of you than my dog, man. Like if someone said, put down Sojo or put down your dog, Sojo, you're gone. All right, my dog. My dog is my little furry brown and white mate.
What breed dog is he?
He's a cross-check Russell. I got him as a rescue dog when he was like 7 or 8, and he's 12 now. And he's a funny little chap. But
suits you quite well.
If you could only, like, when I go to bed, he comes bouncing into my bedroom. And he jumps up on the bed, and then he wants to get under the blanket, which I always let him do. And he goes to sleep down near my feet. And then when I wake up and I pull the blind up, he wants to look out of the window, so he jumps around and does that stuff. And like I get loads of licks when he's doing all that stuff. He's just such a good little guy, and he's so brave. Like you could be 6'12" guys, 6'11" guys, coming to my door, and he'll bite you if I'm not there to pull him away. Like he's the doggy. Like dogs are man's best friend. They just are. If humans never had dogs or horses, like every single thing we did would have taken 59 times more time than it took, because they're just so good. And
Jack Russell's bred for fox hunting.
Originally, yes, they were.
Based.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. I don't dislike foxes, but then when I build a chicken coop, I build it so a fox can't get in it. So there you go.
Yeah, fuck foxes.
Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of cute. I don't know, man. This is half our problem. I think is that we can't work out who our enemy is anymore. I think this is our problem.
I don't think so.
Go on then. Why?
Well, we're just an online talking shop, and it's like herding cats. And
how many times have you said that, Sergio?
I think I probably say it every single
time we come on in.
What's wrong with that, though?
I'm not saying
that's my view. What's wrong with that?
I never said there was anything wrong with it.
No. I mean, what's wrong with being a little online chat show?
Nothing at all. I'm just trying to place our importance and influence where it ought to be, or where it is. Whereas Duke is sometimes the way you talk, like this. Like for instance, when when Ozzy was talking about the stuff before where it got a bit heated. But before that, you said, it's really important to make people who watch this show to be proud to be British. And I thought to myself, fuck me, it's like preaching to the choir, mate. Who do you think watches this? Like the only people that watch this are people who are like singing from the same hymn sheet anyway. It's not like we're picking up
the numbers seem
or
to be
leftists.
To what extent does does it really matter? Like if it's preaching to the choir? Like
I don't think that's true, by the way. But...
Yeah,
Sojo, are our numbers going up?
Yeah, there's about 55, 56 watching earlier, I think.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about overall numbers on streams. Are our numbers going up?
Sorry, you have to say that again. I didn't quite.
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the number of people watching now. And like now, we got like 49. And like, if you can get 49.50 from like my tiny number of subscribers, that's pretty good. But I'm talking about the number of people who watch these streams overall.
Oh yeah,
we're actually going up all the time.
Yes, your cumulative, your view counts keep going up week after week. So it's 300, then 450, then 500, then 600. If Colin Liddell plugs it, you get 600 maybe. It's definitely going up for sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
And so, like from that point of view, okay. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I don't think that we're ever going to influence Britain as a whole. But if we can get more and more people on our side, then surely that's a good thing.
Yeah, of course.
Gabriel, what do you think about that, mate? No, I think it's true. I mean, obviously, growing something is very good. Got to be realistic about the output of something. But at the end of the day, I mean, I view this as just talking to some lads who, although I think we broadly, on a broad brush, agree on the same sorts of things.
Yes.
Very interesting disagreements on very niche topics. And I'm not as intelligent as I think as most people here, but I'm passionate about things. And I quite find it interesting.
Gabriel, that's bollocks and you know it.
Oh, well. But
don't humble brag. Don't humble brag, mate.
You don't do yourself down like that. Come on.
No. But I love having a good nat with the rest of you. This is the thing. I like having a chat. That's the reason I'm here.
Exactly.
Is I like having a natter with a very bunch of people, and that's what it's all about. Because especially at the moment, it's like just about resurging into being able to go back to the pub with the lads and having based conversations in pubs. And I think for a lot of people, and this is something I've found, which I didn't realise, is that a lot of people don't have a group of lads to go to the pub with if you can't speak like this.
Yeah.
And I found that quite sad and shocking because like I've got multiple mates that I can go to the pub with and be very frank and honest about things. And we'll have a good. But a lot of people in particular areas, they're like, oh well, I've got like one friend who's like a libertarian, and
absolutely, Gabriel, you're right.
Yeah, I found that profoundly sad, and if that like sort of feeling at least can be given off over this, then I'd see that as a victory. And if a few other people can be brought into the fold because of that, that's a good thing. But on that note, though, I've got to admit, I've got work in the morning. I'm going to have to get off. So it's been cracking talking to you all. I will.
No worries.
See you all again. Take care. See you in a bit, team.
Right,
well, I would say that one of the things I want this stream to do is that if there are young men in the UK and in the Old Commonwealth nations who are sitting there thinking, "Am I the only person who thinks this way?" I really hope that this stream will make people think, no, you're not. There's loads of people who think this way. And they're not stupid. They can make good arguments. And that is one of the reasons I do this stream. If I didn't think it would make any difference, I would fucking do it. But
I think it
yeah,
depends. Yeah. I think it probably depends how you see making a difference. Like, I don't think any of us.
making somebody else realize that they're not the only person who thinks that.
Yeah,
You know?
I think that's
they can have, like you have, a Union Jack in the background of your avatar, and that does not make you a bad guy.
yeah. I mean, I don't think any of us are like expecting to like have profound political change. I have no interest in a career in politics or like being part of a big political movement. I'm just an autistic guy who likes to talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's so maybe one of the things I talk about piques someone's interests. Maybe someone's had similar thoughts to me. That's great, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I accept that I'm just a small cog in a big world, and we do what we can.
But on the other hand, Ozzy, I'm quite sure that like 42nd Highlanders to you is like a serious deal, isn't it?
I mean,
do you think it was a joke, or do you think they really were some of the bravest soldiers the world has ever seen?
Well, I mean, my family hasn't been a military family for 2 generations now, so it's probably
when they were. But when they were, sure. Like, I think it's very. I'm not entirely sure how this leads off the point I was talking about because sure, I'm proud of my family's regimental history. I'm proud that they served. I have ancestors who served in the Somme, and I've had ancestors who served in Jutland, and I'm very proud of them. yeah.
I think I've said I have. I have one of the people in my family tree basically oversaw half of the Napoleonic Wars. Like it's not like, of course I'm proud of that. But for me personally, I don't see myself as necessarily having to, fill those boots, because I don't think I could fill those boots. Again, I'm just an autistic nerd who likes to talk about stupid stuff on the internet, and I think you can get into pretty dangerous territory when you start thinking, well, like, oh, I can start a political generation or something like that. It's like, when you accept that you're just a guy, it's like, I don't know, maybe it's maybe it's just me, but I think a nice little bit of humility can go away in just making you feel more comfortable in the current situation. But you shouldn't be comfortable. But I don't know. I think I'm rambling. But yeah.
Yeah, I think you're rambling a bit. I don't know, man. I like my father and grandfather and great grandfather and great grandfather. They're kind of real people to me. I mean, I knew my great grandfather. I think it's more than that, to be honest. And on that note, I'm gonna play us a tune, which I wasn't planning to play us, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So let's do that.
Yeah, I think I probably need to go to bed. I've got business in the morning. So
you can if you want, man.
Yeah. All right. See you, gents. All the best.
See you later.
Right, bye.
Night.
You may talk about your Lancers or your Irish Fusiliers, the Aberdeen Militias or the Queen's Own Volunteers, or any other regiment that's laying for a war. Come give to me the tartan of the gallant 42, and strolling through the green fields on the summer's day, watching all the country girls a working at the hay. I really was delighted, and he stole me heart to war when they saw him in the tartan of the gallant 42. Oh, I never will forget the day his regiment marched past. The pipe they played a lively tune, but my heart was aghast. He turned around and smiled farewell, and then from far away he waved to me the tartan now, the gallant 43, and strolling to the green field on the summer's day, watching all the country girls are working at the hay. I really was delighted, and he stole me heart to walk when I saw him in the tartan now, the gallant 44. Once again I heard the music of the pipers from the farm. They tramped and tramped the weary men returning from the war. And as they nearer drew, I wished the rope was here a war to see my funny laddie in the gallant 43. He's going to the green field on the summer's day, watching all the country girls are working at the hay. I really was delighted, and he stole me heart to walk when I saw him in the tartan of the gallant 44. And strolling to the green field on the summer's day, watching all the country girls are working at the hay. I really was delighted, and he stole me heart to walk when we saw him in the tartan of the gallant 44.
It's a great tune.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, no?
Yeah, I'm probably going to head off as well because 4.5 hours was a bit much for me last week.
Yeah, we're not going to do that this week, guys. We're going to finish at 4 hours. So, Armin, you can stay if you can do another
35.
Yeah, 35 minutes.
35 minutes.
Well, we're not going to do more than 4 hours this week. Pardon me. If I keep doing this, I'm going to run out of streaming all the time. But I thought the gallant 43 was absolutely your tune for Scottish people, to be honest with you.
I like my favourite Scottish one is the March of the Cameron Men. I think that's the best one. But
My favourite is probably the Black Bear. If I was going to be honest, yeah, the Black Bear is my favourite because there's that wonderful story of the seizure of now, right? Cawnpore in India in 1857 was besieged by the Indian mutineers, which were not most of the Indian people. It was mostly bits of the Bengal army. And Cawnpore was defended by just a couple of companies, the Duke of Cornwall's 32nd Regiment, and a lot of civilian volunteers. And eventually, after they had defeated many attacks from the Nana Sahib, who was the local Indian dude, the Nana Sahib said, okay, well, we can't beat you, so what we'll do is we'll let you go down to boats and let you go down to British-controlled bits of India. And at Cawnpore, they had more women and children than they had adult fighting men. And they had fought off 5 or 6 big attacks from the mutineers. And so the Nana Sahib did this, and the British General Wheeler, whose wife was actually an Indian girl, an Indian woman, said, all right, we'll do this. And as the British got to the boats, the Indians attacked and slaughtered all the women and kids that they could find, and all the soldiers, obviously. Like they cut down little kids and little teenage girls in the water with sabers. And the few women and children who survived, they then put in a house under guard. And Nana Sahib wanted the Indian sepoys, which was the Indian soldiers, to go and murder all these women and children. And the Indian sepoys said, no, we can't do this, because it would make us scumbags, which of course it would have done. And so what he did was he got a few Muslim butchers to go and do it. And they went in there and they killed every single woman, child, and baby. I mean, even like 5-6-month-old babies. They chopped them up with choppers. And when the British troops arrived, the place was an inch deep in blood in the house. And the British troops took revenge, shall we say. They were not happy. And because, like, generally speaking, British soldiers don't like you killing women and children. It's just the way they are, because they're good guys. And they did take revenge, possibly a bit too strongly sometimes. But then in Lucknow, which was in a similar situation, but had slightly more soldiers, one day a young girl went up on the battlements in the evening when it was dark, so the snipers couldn't shoot her. And she heard the black bear in the distance. She went back down and she said to all the people that would listen to her, "I heard the black bear. That's the Highlanders. They're coming to rescue us." And everyone said, "Yeah, crap." And the next day, the guys actually heard the Highlanders playing their bagpipes. And they did come to rescue them. And you had these roughy-toughy Highlander soldiers who would have killed you as soon as look at you, picking up these little British toddlers and turning around and saying, "Thank God we came in time," because that's what British soldiers do, really.
The British Empire is benevolent.
Always. But they did. These fucking Highland soldiers who were the roughest cunts you'd ever seen in your life. They were picking up these little toddlers and saying, "Thank God we came in time," because they saved them. But they were Brits, you see, and we're pretty good. So there you go.
So do you disavow English nationalism?
I like English nationalism, but only allied to British nationalism. Like, I'm not an England versus Scotland, guys. England needs Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland because together we're stronger. All of us together, we're stronger. We're vastly stronger together than we would be apart. And like the SNP in Scotland are really an Irish nationalist party, not a Scottish nationalist party. They're con jobs.
Well, Alex Salmond wasn't, but he was the son of a. Maybe. I think he was son of a. Was he the grandson of a Presbyterian minister or something? But it started off as a Protestant party, but it's been taken over by Catholic interest, I think. So
I don't know, man. But I just know that Britain together is vastly stronger than the separate parts of it.
John Kelly said in chat we'd be stronger without London. That's probably true.
And I won't disagree with that at all.
And I'm from London. Yeah.
Yeah, I was born there.
Yeah.
We'd be stronger without Steve Khan, that's for sure.
People were talking earlier. I didn't really chip in much. I don't think. Someone's just pointed out to me. I said 3 things in about 4 hours.
I don't know. I think you did all right. I mean, I spoke too much, but I always do. Adamant always speaks too little, and I'm guessing that fucking funny thing above Adamant is probably Sojo?
Oh, that's the thing from The Simpsons. The
That has
perfect.
to be Sojo. I don't know. About
Apparently, there was a journalist in the chat. That's why I was. That's what.
Oh, God, was there? If there was, please, who was it?
It was apparently some person who runs. What was it? Dutch journalist or something. He's runs some.
A Dutch journalist. Okay, well, that'd be great.
Yeah, he was just like doing, I don't know, podcast or something. I was thinking, I don't know how they'd write. I was saying like, what are you going to write about this? And he's like, I don't know. So I want them to do it just for the comedic relief, even if it's anti. But
okay, this is not true. That's just not true. The guy who founded the SAS was Scottish, for sure. There are many Scots in the SAS, although there are also many Scots in the SBS, which is the Royal Marine Special Forces. So that's just not true, basically.
Dr. Johnson's snuff box made a good point. Glasgow was the second city of the empire, and most of the Scots were enthusiastic. People, you know, there's a sort of narrative going around at the minute, especially from groups like the SNP, about Scotland being the last colony. But in terms of like the whole reason that the Scots got into the Union was pretty much because of the failed imperialism. I think it was down in Belize, in that kind of area, wasn't it? New Caledonia. And they wanted access to the imperial stuff, right? And it was said, I think that there's a good I can't remember if it was a book or a podcast, but there's something quite good on it. Basically, the Scots were much more enthusiastic about the empire than the English were. But
I mean, where do they think the name Nova Scotia comes from?
Yeah, exactly. Look, Scotland was very enthusiastic about the empire because they ran half of it. Like, Scots were very overrepresented in terms of British guys who ran places, and also generals and even admirals were somewhat overrepresented. But I mean, that's fine. But the idea that now Scotland should run away from that is kind of pathetic, to my view. Like, you know, Scotland played a huge part in making the world better because that's what the British Empire did.
I mean, yeah. It's called the Scottish Nationalist Party, but surely a true Scottish nationalist would be a British nationalist, right? That's where the best bits of Scotland is. Right? So.
Well, yeah, there's that, but there's also the fact that a real Scottish nationalist would not want to make Scotland a vastly important and huge part of the British Isles and turn it into an absolutely tiny and totally unimportant part of the EU, which is what the Irish nationalists who pretend to be Scottish nationalists of the SNP do.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of for English people, I don't think it would make much of a material difference in terms of like.
It would, because our warships are mostly built in Scotland.
Wow. Okay, fine. If you say
our
so.
nuclear submarine bases are mostly in Scotland.
I said material material in terms of like trade and stuff like that. Like, there's not going to be like a massive change in jobs and things because of Scotland.
It would make us much less powerful, though.
Arguably, it would probably make England richer on the whole, because Scotland does.
It would make England richer but less powerful.
Yeah.
Richer and less powerful, and like, I don't know about you, but like, I'm not into monetary stuff. I'm into real stuff, and Britain as a whole is much more powerful than it would be if it was broken up and like Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland were all independent.
I think you've probably discussed what they've said not the Empire, what the Navy would do if Scotland leave.
I haven't really. I mean, Scotland thinks it would get 2 frigates, which it couldn't because it couldn't afford them. It might get 2 offshore patrol vessels, maybe. But what would happen with English shipbuilding, British shipbuilding for warships, I just don't know. frankly. It would be a disaster for Scotland and for England. I don't know, man. I honestly, like, Scottish independence from the point of view of the Royal Navy would be an utter disaster for Scotland and for England. But like I said, and like Ozzy said earlier, the SNP is not really a Scottish nationalist movement. It's the Eastern Irish nationalist movement, is the truth. Which many Scots will not admit, although almost all of them know it's true. And that's just my view on that stuff. Okay, guys, we're not going to go much longer. We're going to go to 4, I guess. So, opinions.
Well, people were talking about the class stuff earlier. I wasn't probably mentally following it as close as I should be, but basically, Ozzy said that. What was it? Like he doesn't like. Well, I don't know. Who knows? He doesn't like working class people or something. I don't know.
I don't think he said that actually.
No, I'm not saying he did. I'm just trying to follow. I'm not sure. Anyone want to get involved?
Adam, what did he say?
Oh God, I can't remember now. That was fucking days ago. There was a bit of a disagreement because I think he was basically saying that British people aren't really based anymore.
Yeah.
Okay,
they've got a lot of issues, which he isn't completely wrong about. I don't think, but I think people are better.
I think people are based on some topics, but it's a question of how far they take it. I think.
I think most people are based on immigration, mass immigration.
Yes and no.
No, I think most people are based on that.
Yes and no.
When I say most people, I mean native British people.
Right. Yes and no, because I'm not sure it's wholly racial.
I never said anything about race. I said mass immigration.
It's that's hard to cover. I very briefly
covered. It's NIMBYism, isn't it?
I
really?
probably should have covered this a bit better. But there's actually Hope Not Hate Right did a report on Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech 50 years on. It's actually kind of funny to read because they do a whole thing where they try to debunk all of his points and kind of fail miserably. Yeah. But they commissioned YouGov to do a bunch of polls. And the polls reveal some kind of interesting things. I don't know if I've got them to hand anymore. Hang on, let me have a quick look. But yeah, basically, there's two particular things that kind of got brought up in this, which are older, and one was a survey of people's dislike of immigration, and it shows that people are sort of massively against immigration, and still are, and have been consistently for a long time. But the other difference that comes up is that when you start talking about race, when you bring race into the same question, people will change their answers somewhat. Hang on, let me just get it up.
Just imagine British people want to stay.
Okay,
British.
so
imagine the British, how horrible that is.
The British election survey, the British election study asked, do you think immigration has gone too far, yes or no? And the answer is, and it's basically 80% of people said no in 1965, and still at this point, about 70-something% of people say yes, that immigration's gone too far.
So 80 to 70, fair enough.
Yeah, right. But the European Social Survey, which asks it's purely for a racial context, where they say, hang on, I'm trying to read the thing.
People lying. It's so funny.
Well, no, it's not so much that. They asked specifically, I can't see the bloody question in here now, but it's, oh yeah, would you allow immigrants of a different race or ethnicity to come and live in the UK?
I'd say no.
And
but
when they ask that question like that, the answers drop down to about 50%.
see, I'd say no to that. Absolutely, always. But
Sure,
I
but
can
this
see
is
why
the British
many
public.
people wouldn't. Yeah.
I don't know. It's. I like to put that down to sort of sensitivity around the term race.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit like I saw a thing today on the internet which said what they were talking about this Israeli-Palestine thing, and they were saying all of this depends on me having a racial guilt that I don't have, and I don't have a racial guilt about any of that shit.
Mm.
Like, basically, the British did good things for black people and good things for brown people. And if it wasn't good enough, well, tough shit, fuck off. That's my absolute view on it.
Yeah.
We were pretty good on that stuff compared to all other earlier peoples. And if it's not good enough, well, you can go and get stuff, mate. Go back to your own country and make it a paradise.
Well, going back to the Hope Not Hate report, though, they got YouGov to ask people the question. And hang on, let me just get it up. They basically asked people. Oh, here we go. This is the question they asked the British public. Like, this is Hope Not Hate. He said, it has been suggested that white British people could be a minority in the UK by the 2060s due to current immigration patterns. If this does happen, which one of the two following words would describe how it makes you feel? I'm kind of blown away at the balls of them to actually go out and ask people this. Basically doing Laura Taylor's job for her. But I mean, even in that,
What did they ask? What did they ask?
Well, whether it makes you uneasy, unhappy, disappointed, indifferent, relaxed, happy, pleased.
What did most people say?
Well, a vast majority of people said uneasy, unhappy, disappointed.
Good.
Quite a lot of Remain voters said indifferent. About 6 to 10%. It's funny how they've done the study because people could say one or two. So
yeah.
It's kind of hard to get specific numbers from the graph. But
what do you think? What is roughly the anti percentage?
Oh, it's a huge majority. I mean, if you imagine that most people that would say uneasy, let's say most of the people who said uneasy also said unhappy.
Yep.
Just those two answers alone make up like more than half
of
total response.
Yeah, so the British people are still fairly based.
Right. But then also like part of, I think Ozzy's point, I mean, he's not here to say it himself now, but is that it isn't just immigration. And I would say one of the things people miss about the immigration argument when they try to deflect is that immigrants are a commodity to the establishment. I mean, you can look at this thing recently where they've closed down travel from India, but they left it for 2 weeks, and that's obviously because they don't want to. No party wants to alienate the Indian vote.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Is it to destroy Britain a bit more?
It doesn't matter. That ultimately,
well, maybe
a party
maybe that's the same thing. You might be right. I don't know, guys. It's like nothing I see these days is pro-British. Like nothing.
As to the amount of people, someone said how much percent said they're cucks. About I think 2% for each of the sort of positive answers.
Yeah. The basic Brits are fairly based still. I mean, all right, they don't read your books. They don't do a lot of stuff that we on the right would like them to do, but they're not all cucks, and it's not right. I'm sorry. It just really annoys me when people say they are, because they're not.
Well, I mean, if people think that, then I don't understand why like a lot of people are very black-pilled. If they think that like a lot of people like agree with them.
I'm very black-pilled, mate. Don't get me wrong. I am very
But
black-pilled.
why if you think most people agree with you?
Because they can't do anything about it.
It makes no difference. Exactly, Alan. It makes no difference. They don't listen. Kumbaya, my lord. I'm guessing that's probably fucking Sojo again. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm laying in bed now.
I need to know that, Sojo.
Is this now a cozy stream?
Too much information, mate.
Yes.
I hope she's cute, by the way.
No, it's just me and a pillow, mate.
That's no good. That's no good.
But yeah. I mean, essentially, you all know my position on this, which is that the power rests with the elite, and we can quibble about what it means to be the elite and whatnot. But my working definition of the elite.
Can we not stop that? Can we not stop that?
Well, if I just give you my working definition of what it is to be an elite, as if to say those that hold the levers of power are what I would call the elite for these purposes.
In inverted commas, yeah.
In inverted commas, I'm happy to accept that from you. Yes, that's fine. So my point is that it doesn't really matter whether the public are based or not. In fact, in many ways, we could have a situation where the public are completely cucked, and yet we govern them. They are governed. We are governed in a based way. In many ways, I'd prefer that because I'd actually get what I fucking wanted.
So
but that is not how. Yeah, that's right. But that's not how things are. The fact of the matter is that the country is being dissolved, and it's not just our country. It's effectively all Western countries are being dissolved in this way. And there doesn't seem to be any let up in that dissolution. So I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I kind of totally agree with you, mate. I do totally agree with that. As sad as it is, I don't know, guys. We have to fight back somehow. I'm not sure how we do it.
That's where I think I kind of. Oh, you're wrapping up, all right?
No, I'm not. You carry on.
I was just going to say that sort of part of my view these days is that actually I'm just going to almost adopt not a political individualism, but an actual individualism in the sense that I'm just going to focus on myself, my life, my family, my friends, and not try and worry too much about any of this stuff anymore, because just they're like tectonic plates. The forces at work are like the tectonic plates. No one individual can sort of tame them.
That's a bit of an NRX view, to my point. To me,
you've accused me of having an NRX view, and I suppose you could say that we share the same view, although the way we get there is different. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, mate, but I think what you just said was a bit of an NRX view, and that's in many ways, and that's fine.
In many ways, I've got I actually have a purer NRX view in the sense that I actually sort of literally decanted myself from England somewhere else, which is like the Moldbug view, right? Which is like, oh, just move somewhere as an expat, and who gives a shit about how it's run, just as long as you like how it's run. And that's exactly what I've actually done.
Yeah, people tell me I did that, but I didn't. I went to South Africa when it was still the white government, and then I went to Australia, which is like old Commonwealth countries. I'm the last empire loyalist, I guess, but slightly different. But I do see what you're saying. I don't really agree with you. I kind of think like do not go quietly into that night. Like British people have got to make a fuss, mate. They have to.
Yeah, but the thing is that we're all, there's 4 people here and we're all anonymous.
That's a fair point.
If I understand why people.
I don't have to be anonymous. I'm anonymous.
No, but we know what we know.
I'm anonymous because my son is an officer in the Royal Navy. That's why I'm anonymous.
Yeah, and in many ways, I probably don't need to be anonymous, but I kind of look at it and think to myself, why do I really want to sort of give myself the hassle, the potential hassle?
What difference would it make if we weren't?
Well, because I think there's an unseriousness about this whole movement, if you want to call it that, in a sense that we care so much about it that nobody can actually be who they are.
Yeah.
To me, that's an absurdity.
Okay, if you be who you are in Britain today in 2021, you can be taken to court for saying something entirely innocuous, and you damn well know that, Sojo.
Right, but that's where the optics game comes into play. But the thing is that people respond really well to people that have skin in the game, and if you're anonymous, you don't appear to have skin in the game in any way.
Okay, so what would you say I should do? I should put my face on the screen so my son, who looks exactly like me, can get doomed from the Royal Navy Fleet Arm.
Well, no, but I mean, no, but I mean, like from my perspective, I keep internet stuff and real life stuff very much separate, and I try to essentially do both in both something in both realms.
Which is fine and admirable.
Right, but you could do that. I mean, you could do that easily with the online stuff. It would just have to be a very optically aware sort of stream that would have to be set up.
But you can't, because if you show yourself anywhere these days, you will get doxxed for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but the point is to be in a position where you don't fear being doxxed. This is what makes me laugh about this whole sort of movement.
Okay,
in the sense
so
that,
here we go.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish it. We care so much about this, but nobody's actually willing to make any sacrifices. And in many ways, this is why I kind of actually respect Keith Woods and people like Nick Laurie, who, although I never really agreed with, I don't agree with them fully and whatnot, but I still respect their commitment to their beliefs. People like Simon Harris as well, people who would show their faces and not give a shit. And it just makes me laugh that I love Britain so much, I care so much about Britain, but here I am, this anonymous avatar that nobody in the world is going to take seriously.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think in into anonymity as well, it's meant that a lot of people like say things that that
they wouldn't in the real world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
might have even been you that made that point, to be honest. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's easy enough to say, and then I think to an extent, right? I was thinking about this yesterday because like I don't want to talk about myself too much, but like my channel's just got to like I think 950 something subscribers, right? And I was thinking like yesterday, like where do I go with it now? Because there's literally nobody else like doing like the same kind of like politics like that I talk about on that channel, right? And the reason that the skeptics got big was because there was a skeptosphere, right? There was like loads of like people cross promoting and stuff like that. It's literally just like I think to an extent what we're doing here is like essentially people are going, this is different to what's going on like say Keith Woods or like PWR, whatever. This is like something else to an extent because it's not like, I don't know, you could say it's not like third positionist or whatever. But it's a question of like if you put your skin in the game, you're there on your own, aren't you? Really, like there's no one. If a load of people like came on the scene and like saying, "Hi, my name's Stephen Johnson and I'm a Christian conservative I'm also a white majoritarian. I think white people should remain the majority in the UK, and I have conservative positions. Here's what Scruton said. Here's what Hitchens said. And he gets 100,000 subs, and then there's someone else, and then there's someone else. And I think after that, I think it would be a domino effect. But it's a question of like, if like I don't know, who would it be, like Rupert Augustus or someone face doxed or something? Like what would he gain from, or what would anyone gain from that?
Simon Harris, okay, involved in very, very left-wing unionist families in the UK, and then came out as, I wouldn't say he came out as a Nazi, but he certainly came out as a very anti-Jewish guy. And then sadly died. I was sad when he died, I must admit I was.
Yes.
But I remember people like Sojo at the time not being very pro Simon Harris. So I'm not sure.
That's not true.
Well, I mean, you weren't pro him at the time, mate. But
it's not true. I got mixed up in the whole Brutus, Simon Harris, Ralph Hemi thing. But really, Simon Harris was actually very
mixed up in all those things, and I never do really. My position never really changed. Like, I think Bruce is wrong about some of this shit.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Let's not go too far off topic. The point I simply wanted to make was that.
But Simon Harris showing his face was not a good thing, as far as I can work out. What did he achieve?
It's a question of what you gain from it, isn't it?
You don't gain anything from it, as far as I can see, except the left.
Well, you either have conviction of your will and your opinions, and you stand by them, or you don't. And basically, to my mind, is that anybody who doesn't show their face is basically saying, "Yeah, I kind of believe in this shit, but not really that much."
So that's you, then.
Well, yes, I think it has to be the case. It absolutely does have to be the case.
As long as that includes you, I don't mind. Go for it.
No, I think I am very much guilty of that as well. Is that, our own material comfort?
Yeah, I'm not guilty of that, because if I showed my face, my son, who is an officer in the Royal Navy, would get victimized. Would.
Why? How do you know that? I mean, I'm not
like me.
No, but that's not why would your son, and I'm not egging you on to do a face reveal, but I don't.
You see, you're just lying here, Sojo, because you're too intelligent for this. You know damn well why you would.
Well,
no, I don't understand why your son would be held liable for your opinions.
Oh, because they're not these days, okay? You're telling me that in the world we live in today, where Tolkien, for example, can be described as a white nationalist, your son's not held responsible for what you say.
Right, but if you made this channel with the original stated aim that you were gonna face fag, essentially, you would act differently in the capacity of running the channel.
Yeah,
there's certain things that you. There's probably certain things that you.
I wouldn't be able to say anything that was worthwhile saying, because these days you can't. That's where free speech has been destroyed.
I don't agree with that either.
You can say a lot. In fact, actually, a lot of the times, sometimes playing into the optics game can actually be quite a powerful weapon.
All right. Well, I will wait for Sojo and maybe Ataman to launch their Facecam channel, and then we'll see it.
That's not my approach, though.
I did listen, mate. I tell you what, if it was just me, I'd put my face on the channel, no problem. But I'm just not going to do it when it's my boy. I'm just not. And he's even said to me that I shouldn't. As a serving officer in the Royal Navy, he said to me, please don't.
Well, fair enough.
He knows what will happen to him if I do. Like, he won't get promoted, for example.
Well, what matters here more, getting promoted or saving England? I mean,
my son.
I don't mean that as
You're asking my son versus England. Sorry, going to be my son every single time, mate.
Are we going to call this a day? We can cover this subject more in depth at another time.
Yeah, we will
Oh,
at
it's
some
2
point.
o'clock here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we will at some point. But look, listen, if you're going to say my son versus England, I mean, I adore England, and would die for it. And despite what some people said in the chat, actually signed up to do that, which most people don't. If you're going to say my son versus England, I'm sorry, my son's going to win every single time. Me, I don't give a shit. I'm an old cunt. I don't give a shit. Really, I don't. Like, you guys could have my face. I mean, the only thing you would do is I'd probably have a few sluts who would kind of think I was handsome. But apart from that, I would, without a doubt, because I've been there a long time. But
Just imagine how well you'd do if you dyed your beard.
you know what? Yeah, well, this is what I said. Like, both sides of my beard are pretty much white, to be honest with you. So the middle bit is still brown, but both sides are white. I'm an old cunt. So there we are. But it's kind of like dyeing your beard's a bit girly to me, mate, to be honest.
Each to their own.
I'm not at all sure you ever did dye your beard, but there we go.
I genuinely did. And everything that I spoke about, the Garnier, colour sensation, all that stuff, that's real.
I will doubt that a bit, to be honest. I think you say a lot of stuff which is like meant to throw everyone off about everything. But we've still got 40 viewers, which is kind of cool.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's not. I mean, you know, Sojo's like, well, you're not doing very much, but I mean, like, I think like a lot of people, you know, they are convinced by this stuff, and you see people like, I don't know. Again, I'm talking about myself, but I was looking through like, you know, people that have subscribed to my YouTube channel. And recently, it's mostly been people like I'm the edgiest person they're sub to. The other politics channels are like Crowder, Ben Shapiro. You know, I can bring it up right now if you want. Look, I'll pick someone out. All right, so this is. Let's pick the last person who subbed. Right, Miss Elena. Elena. I'm not going to say her last name.
You're going to find a cute girl there, man.
Well, it's the last person who subscribed. So let's have a look at the channels she subbed to.
Hopefully, a cute woman.
Right. Okay. So right, Pastor Kyle Bailey. So she looks like she's a Catholic. She's got a load of Catholic channels here. Ben Shapiro. She subbed to.
Oh my god.
Westminster Live.
Oh my god.
There's no edgy channels here, is there? Ted.
Right, but the thing is, Duke, you can sound disapproving all you like, but at the end of the day, Oak is now part of a right-wing funnel.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not like trying to brag or like say that.
Royal Oak is funneling right-wing people into us. We're winning.
Yeah.
Well, she actually, to be fair, she subbed to Dutton, but.
Oh, okay.
Well, Dutton,
I'm the second edgiest person to tell you other than Dutton.
Dutton is okay.
Well, hang on, though, Duke. You got this the wrong way round, though. Like again, you were saying earlier, we need to like expand our reach.
Yep.
And the thing is, if you're getting people from Dutton, you're not really expanding your reach. You're, as Sojo said earlier, you're preaching to the choir.
Well, I pick someone at random. She subbed to Dutton. That's it. The other channels are just like Chesterton, Catholic stuff, and
Royal Oak has got this kind of like hopefully cute girl who's like, you know, looking at loads of mid to slightly right-wing channels.
Right. Here's Mark. Who's Mark sub to? Mark sub to KSI, The Spectator, Daily Wire.
Don't care what boys sub to. You only got to look at the goals there, Roy.
Well, I'm just picking people at random. So he's Hodgkin.
Go for the goals. Go for the goals.
Right, I've got to find the girl, have I?
Because we all know that it's what girls think that goes. And yes, I am joking.
Right, but you look at those, and they're all sort of like centre right, sort of normie con stuff. the fact that they're branching out is a good thing, and the fact that you're there to catch them is a good
Ben
thing.
Shapiro, sorry, Rebel News.
Well, I'd say
Sargon.
Adam, and it's not me, it's us who are there to catch them.
Officer Tatum, she's sub to. Sorry, he's sub to. Tailed feature. Actually, no chance.
Tail features quite a good Scottish channel. Don't mind him.
No, so no chat. No chance is a bit. I don't know. Does Scottish stuff, doesn't he? But
All right.
that's quite edgy.
On that note, gentlemen, I'm going to play us a tune to play us out. And there is a few of my military mates who will quite like this one.
Thanks, Duke. I'm going to go to bed now.
Good night, mate.
Night, guys.
Yeah, see you later.
No.
Okay, so there we go. The Ride of the Valkyries. The quick march of the British Army Parachute Regiment, who are good guys to have on your side if you're fighting the enemy. I think we've probably done it for this evening. Good to see Patriotic Archive in the chat. Excellent channel if you want to find some really good patriotic tunes from Britain and the Old Commonwealth, as well as other nations. And on that note, I think we will probably close. I will say within the next day or two, I'm going to be doing the long-awaited second Old Commonwealth stream, which will be basically about Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and UK, and possibly a bit of South Africa. And we'll talk about all that then. So go well, ladies and gents, and good evening.